Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are going to be playing through Act 1 of our Fiasco game titled One in the Chamber. We are playing the Boomtown playset. If you've never played Fiasco or seen Fiasco, then it's going to be a very different experience for you if you're used to traditional role-playing games, because it is very heavily based on narrative, and it is, like most RPGs, very all improvisation. So it kind of gets a little out of hand sometimes. Plus, the game builds the story towards that on purpose. It's meant to kind of capture the feel of a Coen Brothers film, is what it says in the book. So if you like that kind of stuff, then stick around. I do recommend that you watch the setup that took place before this game. It kind of gives an idea of how we built a lot of the choices that we're going to be using to help tell the story. And it kind of gives you an understanding of the way the game works. So go back and watch that. I'm very excited to get to this game. Fiasco is always a lot of fun because it's wholly unexpected for me, which is obviously not the case whenever I'm usually the dungeon master. So I'm very, very pleased to kind of discover the story as it kind of happens. And to do so, I have brought along 5 other players who are going to help burn this building down in one way or another. These are incredible players, incredible human beings. I have the luxury of calling them all my friend, as well as getting to play a lot of games with them, and that fills my heart with no small amount of joy. But I think we've got everything set up. Oh. If foul language and mature subject matter are a problem for you, then do not watch this game. It is likely to go in some very random dark places, and if that's the kind of thing that makes you squeamish, then shoo, go away. Big butts. Are you talking about big butts? All right. Sorry, I got distracted by the thick. I got the thickness. So the person who grew up in the smallest town has the first scene. So Sara, I believe that's still you.
Yay, that's
Yep.
still me.
I'm just going to run through a couple of bullets just real quick to kind of like highlight the way that this is going to work, what we're going to do. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can give any kind of introductions, tell you where you may be able to find them on the internet, and then we will come back and kind of go over some of the how this is going to work. So we're going to start with Jason.
Hello. My name is Jason Osorio, and as always, I am very pleased to be back on the Erasmus Expeditions. Thank you for having me, Jeremy, and I'm very eager to see what we can do with these crazy characters and these awesome other players. Tonight, I will be playing Deputy Johnny Valda, and I'm sure this is going to go exceptionally well for me and everyone else, and no buildings will be burned. It's all going to be fine. But yes, I'm very excited. I will pass it on to the next person.
Oh, isn't this just fantastic? Hi, I'm Sara, known across the socials as AlicexAnn. You can find me on various channels, even here sometimes, and I love it here. It is so much fun. You can find me after July every other Tuesday on Mini Terrain Domain for Sky Metal Iron Gods. That one's gonna be a fun one when we come back. I am super stoked to be here. I am here tonight playing a little lady named Lydia Carlisle. This should be great fun. I can't wait, guys.
Absolutely. Speaking of utter chaos, next is Kaeryn.
That is my brain right now. I've literally lost everything. I'm frantically searching for everything. Hi, peoples. I'm Kaeryn, also known as Myth and Gears, also known as Agent of Chaos. Welcome. This is the stream where my talents are going to come to great use in this game, I'm sure. Where can you find me? Well, here. So congratulations. Yay. And
Mhm.
MTD in August, but not now because, we're not going to be there now. So don't go looking now. But come in August, then we're there all the time. All of us. We're all there, except for Jason.
Mm.
I don't know why he won't join us. Anyway, I'm going to pass it on. I am
Join us.
super excited for this game if you can't tell. Yay!
Hell yes.
Oh
Next up
yeah,
is-
I'm Temperance.
Oh yeah, by the way. So Canadian. All right, next up, basically Canadian. Chad.
Oh, dude, that makes me feel very happy. Like honorary Canadian. That sounds wonderful. Hi guys, my name is Chad. You've seen me here. I don't need to give an introduction. I'm here enough times. I've done enough things. Yeah, I love this game. I love Jeremy. And then when Jeremy said, "Hey guys, do you want to play a summer fiasco and cry your eyes out and probably, create some sort of shenanigans?" I was like, duh, that sounds wonderful. You can find me on Mini Terrain Domain on Thursdays. You can find me once a month on Tuesdays here for Caldera. You can also find me. Yeah, it's pretty much here in MTD now. Like, legitimately, I think I have contracts now with just the two of you because that's literally who I'm playing with all the time. But yeah, honestly, I love all these players. I love this game. Fiasco is very near and dear to my heart. So if you haven't played it and you enjoy the content you watch tonight, go out and do yourselves a favor and buy the book and play yourselves because it's fantastic and it does some really, really wonderful things for improving your role play skills. So if you're interested in that, please try it out. I 100% believe you'll enjoy it. And with that, I'm done. Thank you, Jeremy. It's been a good night. I'll see y'all later. Goodbye, everyone. And then, the music plays and I just walk out.
You become small Chad. Which in this case would have you walking away down the street. Which would be fantastic. Yeah, dude. I think I even have the link to the website and where you can find the actual Fiasco book in the description of the video. So yeah, if you're interested, by all means, please go to Bully Pulpit Games.
Yep, Bully Pulpit Games.
Yeah,
yep.
Bully Pulpit.
And then if you
Games.
like it, there is a companion book that you can buy that you can build your own system. Like you can build your own sets with
Your own
playset. Your own play sets. It's amazing. So yeah, do it because I loved it when I started getting into it.
And I think the version that we are playing is now called Fiasco Classic. Just if you do go hunting, there is a newer version of Fiasco, and it's very different from this. It uses cards and stuff. Okay. Yeah. Last but certainly not least, we have Cari.
Hello, I'm Cari. I'm really excited to play tonight. I am playing a sibling to our beloved Jeremy. I am playing Annabelle and he is playing Cullen, and we're gonna see how all that goes. I'm really excited. Obviously, once in a blue moon, you can find me here. On every the first and third Wednesday of the month, you can find me on our good friend Jay's channel, Emporium for the Wayward Gamer. You can also find me on Monday nights and Thursday nights, starting up again in August, over on Mini Terrain Domain. So I am very excited for tonight, though. I expect to laugh, I expect to cry, and maybe at the same time. Who knows?
It's best when it's happened at the same time.
Yes.
It's always a great experience.
Indeed.
Especially while you're trying to, focus and play.
Yes, of course.
No, I love it. I'm here for it. This game hurts you good.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's everything. So the way that this is going to go down is we're going to play through Act 1. Each character is going to get 2 scenes during this act. And we'll literally just go in order. Each time that it becomes your turn, you get to choose whether you want to establish the scene or whether you want to resolve the scene. If you want to establish the scene, you get to choose who else is in it with your character, where it might take place, all that kind of stuff to set it up. And then whenever it feels like it's come to its conclusion, the rest of us will get to decide how the outcome shaped up for your character, whether that was positively or negatively. If it was positive, you will earn a white die. If it was negative, you will earn a black die. You then immediately give that die away to someone else during the first act only. So keep that in mind. As far as the scenes go, when we do a scene, it can be a flashback, it can be sequential, it doesn't matter as long as it just kind of fits a part of the story that needs to be told. But your character should be the spotlight for that scene. It needs to be kind of you front and center. You only get 2 per act, so kind of make them count. Try to rely as much as you can on the things that were established during the setup whenever possible. So make sure that you're trying to bring in, the different relationships, the different objects, the locations, all of the stuff that we did during the setup, before you try to introduce new elements, if that makes sense. Try to yeah, I think that's about it. Establish, resolve. If we do resolve, which is the opposite of establish, then the rest of us get to choose where the scene takes place, who's in it, and things like that. And then you get to eventually resolve the scene, determine whether it turned out positively or negatively for your character. Does that make sense, everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Good. I feel like I'm rambling. Yeah, and then after we play through 2 scenes for every character, then we will go through something that is called the tilt, which is going to change everything possible before the second act. So, with all of that ground covered, does anybody have any questions before we start? No. Perfect. And that means, Sara, do you want to establish or resolve your first scene?
So here's my idea. I think I'm going to consider it establishing. I would like to do, because this is how my my brain's been working over this the last week. My first scene that I wanted to have was actually a flashback with Johnny.
Okay. Absolutely.
Amazing.
About how he was able to kind of get Lydia to start doing all of these robberies and things of that sort.
Okay. So where do you imagine this scene taking place? Where are we?
I imagine that we are you know what? Maybe he finds her outside of the brothel. She hasn't agreed to start working there yet. And he finds her outside of the brothel.
Okay. Perfect. So then, Jason, whenever you or Sara are ready, let's kick it off. And then whenever it feels like it's kind of wrapping to a natural conclusion, or it feels like a good ending for the scene, then the rest of us will confer and figure out what the die was for the scene. So whenever you're ready.
Awesome.
Do you want to start us off, Sara?
I can. So
Ladies first.
It's the middle of the afternoon. The weather is excruciatingly warm for the day. You can hear hooting and hollering inside of the buildings, the various buildings here in town. You also hear a little bit more as a young woman stands in the window outside of the brothel looking in. She looks almost as if maybe she's like a farm girl, a farmer's daughter, maybe. So she's not dressed in riches or anything like that, but she's maybe twisting the brim of a hat between her hands as she's looking in.
I think, Lydia, as you're peering in, uncertain of maybe if you have the courage to go in or not, you hear the sound of booted footsteps kind of stopping behind you, and you hear this man's voice, not threatening, just almost casual, saying, I think in certain places they charge you just to look. You got to go in or not. You seem a little uncertain, if you don't mind my saying.
You can see that while your footsteps may not have been taken notice by her when you talk to her, her whole frame seems to jump a bit. And she looks back at you and she's like, oh, I, I, I'm, I'm just, trying to find my way, and I could definitely use the money, but
So you're looking for work then, is what you're saying. I'm sorry. I apologize. I am the son of a preacher, and I seem to have forgotten my manners. My name is Johnny Valda. Who do I have the pleasure of making the acquaintance of?
oh, uh, I am Lydia Carlisle.
It is a pleasure, Miss Carlisle.
Mhm.
So you're looking for work, though. Sounds like you're hurting for money.
I am. The farm is slowly going down the hole, so.
Hmm. I know how that can be. Dust storms, famine, locusts. It's biblical out there, isn't it?
Mhm.
And he kind of smiles, and I think you see Lydia, like he has a very like easy smile, but it doesn't quite reach his eyes. Like there's a little emptiness in those eyes. But again, he seems friendly, very casual. Um, and then he kind of looks to you. I have an idea, if I may be so bold, Miss Carlisle. Why don't we take a little walk, get away from all this noise? Unless, of course, and he kind of steps back. I imagine he is probably like just over 6 feet, just like this very athletic, well-built man, but he kind of holds up his hands and steps back a few steps. If you are still debating on whether or not you wish to enter this den of sin, if you want to think of it that way, I can leave you to your contemplations, but I might have a solution to your problem if you have a mind to listen.
I imagine there's a bit of hesitation.
Mhm.
Just because, strange man approaching a young lady. Oh my.
So scandalous.
Scandalous.
We're already whispering.
Oops. Um, she looks back in the window one more time, and you watch as she unfurls the bit of her hat that she's been twisting and messing with, and she places her hat back on her head, and she looks up at you because I imagine she's only about like 5'5",
Oh
5'6".
gosh, yeah. Hmm.
And she looks up at you and she's like, "Oh, what do you got in mind?"
Well, just to make sure that you feel comfortable, I was thinking we could get us a little drink over at the saloon, maybe sit outside. It is a bit hot, but I have a feeling our conversation will be much more interesting than the temperature of the day, Miss Carlisle.
As long as you're paying.
Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't allow you to. And he kind of walks over, and I imagine we kind of like skip ahead a little bit to the two of them out on maybe some, again, like outdoor table outside of a saloon. Imagine it's like maybe a bottle of whiskey or whatever it is that Lydia's drink of choice would be. I imagine Johnny is like doing the whole like, just that one last little drop into her glass before he puts the bottle down. And he leans back and he says, "So, what are your feelings about the law, Lydia Carlisle?"
Well, that will depend on your interpretation. They are meant to protect us, but I do believe there are some laws that seem to hold us down a bit.
I would agree. It was very well put. I myself am a firm believer in perhaps what is the greatest law of nature. The strong must feed, and the weak are often fed upon by the strong. I am in a line of business, shall we say, that allows me to make plenty of money to satisfy my needs. And yet I find myself thinking that I could be doing more. Now, I will confess I'm not an ambitious man, Lydia Carlisle, but I do have a mind for expansion, shall we say. He takes a sip from his whiskey, kind of like bares his teeth, which I imagine is like a little bit yellow. And he kind of puts the glass down as he kind of watches you just to see how you're reacting to all of this.
Oh, she's very much, listening. She's watching your movements, and you can see that we're just gonna say it's whiskey. The whiskey in her glass, as you're talking, she's swirling it. She's just kind of very gently swirling her glass, almost as if doing this kind of helps her think and helps her retain the information.
And he kind of leans forward a little, resting his elbows on the table, and just calmly says, as if he was discussing the hot weather of the day, "I rob trains, Lydia Carlisle. Been doing it for a long time. And as I said, it has put more greenbacks in my pocket than I know what to do with. So I was thinking, doesn't hurt to make a little more money. As you said, times are tough for a lot of folk. And, well, maybe I'm just a little sentimental, but I thought maybe a partner could be beneficial both to my business and to pass on what I know. There's much that I could teach someone who is enterprising and inquisitive. And you strike me as both, and I have to believe," and he kind of looks over in the direction of the brothel, "I have to believe it's better than the alternative."
You watch as her eyes kind of flit in the direction of the brothel as well before she turns her gaze to her drink. And after maybe 4 or 5 seconds, she slams that whole glass back.
Ooh, take it easy.
And she places the glass on the table. And she leans forward, pulls, because I imagine she has gloves on. So she pulls the gloves off of her hands and she kind of sits like this. Daddy always said that I wasn't meant for farming. And I'd like to get the farm out of the hole that it's in.
You have altruistic intentions. It's very honorable of you.
That's what we'll call it then.
I will say you might change your tune. The money is nice, of course, and I think you see like something in his eyes kind of shifts and he sort of stares off, almost like he's looking through you. Maybe someday, Lydia Carlisle, I will tell you about the beauty that is the God moment, but not just yet. I don't want to spoil the surprise. But if you are indeed invested in saving your homestead, and I do not blame you for having that priority in your life, you got to take care of your family. I wish I could take care of mine. You'll make more than enough to take care of your farm if you help me. If we help each other. And I'll teach you everything I know.
Is that a scene?
No,
Nope.
I was
there's
laughing.
more.
Hold on.
Nope, you're all
Why?
good.
Way to go,
Yeah,
chat.
what was so funny?
You're so funny.
You so funny.
So you watch as maybe to an outsider or even to someone who has been a parent, when her eyes roll and she closes her eyes, it looks as if she's like, okay, fuck off. Like, you're a fucking idiot. But when she opens her eyes and they lock onto yours, you watch as one of her hands leaves her chin and she offers it to you. I say we have to shake on it first.
And I think Johnny takes a few moments. Again, his gaze doesn't waver from yours. And I think maybe in this moment, Lydia, you see it's almost like looking into like a wolf's eyes. There's something in there that is hungry and predatory and vicious. But he smiles again, that easy, affable, friendly smile. And he wraps this big, I imagine like tanned and slightly scarred hand around yours and clasps maybe just a little too tight. And he says, I think we got ourselves a deal, partner.
Partner.
That's the scene. That's
the
perfect.
end.
Cut. It has to be. It has to be.
That's the end.
Not to force you guys
Absolutely.
to be done if you're not done. But
No,
goddamn.
that's the end. That's perfect.
Yes, that is a perfect
Fantastic.
ending.
Absolutely fantastic. Okay, everyone but Sarah. How do we think that went for Lydia? Well or not so well?
I think not well for Lydia.
It could be
I think
either or,
Johnny-
really, but yeah.
I think Johnny is got her right where he wants her.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
I could agree. Yeah.
that's
See
just
it.
my vote.
No, I definitely would agree. Does that make sense to everybody? Chad, Kaeryn, y'all want to weigh in anything?
I want to weigh in on my poor dear wife there. I think she did superbly. I think this is going to go well for her.
Absolutely.
For now.
Love
now,
you.
right.
This is the flashback, remember?
Right. Oh God. Oh God.
10 years later. Okay, so sounds like black die then.
Yeah, I think so. Black die for Sarah.
All right,
Mhm.
Sarah. Where are you giving that black die?
Oh,
sitting?
damn.
This is the risk of really boisterously voicing the vote for a black die, because then Sarah could be like, fuck you,
Well-
and give it right back.
Give it to me.
You got to remember
Give
too, the
Do it.
negative outcomes for your character does not necessarily mean
Yeah.
bad things are going
Right.
to happen to you
Correct.
later.
It's the difference
Yeah.
between the two, like the two
Yes.
color totals, right? Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna give this one to Johnny because
Because fuck him, that's
Ma'am.
why.
fuck him. No, I think it's gonna be fun for him.
Yeah, I think so too.
This is
Hell
this
yeah.
is the descent into madness. So welcome.
Welcome,
Yep.
Jason.
Let it begin.
I'm so
Yeah.
excited.
This meeting was his first mistake.
Yeah, exactly.
Could
He
be.
doesn't know it
Into
yet.
my web,
Absolutely
set the spider
could
to the
be.
fly.
Whoa.
Okay. Fantastic job, y'all. That was an incredible
Well done.
scene. Already
Great
setting
start.
the bar
Great
high.
start.
All right. Next up is Karen's turn. Are you establishing or do you want to resolve?
I think I want to establish.
Okay.
Yeah. I want to
So, yeah, let
establish
us know
the
where we are.
scene. We are at the I can't read it. The Bradford, right?
The
Like
Bradford. Okay.
the Bradford
Bradford.
Hotel in the billiard parlor. Buford is there. Lydia is there. This is when Temperance finds out about the two of them.
Oh, perfect.
My
Okay.
God, I thought the last scene
okay.
was spicy.
Oh, we're
So-
starting
Kaeryn,
early.
so Kaeryn, can I partner with you real quick? Because my scene was actually going to be in congruence with that, because I had the exact same idea. So I've never done this before in Fiasco, and so Jeremy, you can be the decision maker here, right?
Okay.
It is Karen's scene. However,
100%. Yep.
because I also had a scene that I wanted to do in the same scenario, could we essentially play out my scene and then subsequently follow it up with Karen's scene?
Oh,
so
do
that it
yours
all
first,
sort
like
of-
the-
yeah,
the-
so that we just flip flop because we're going in reverse. So you're going first, and then I'm going next. So instead, what do we just reverse those orders? And I establish part of the scene, and then you establish the part that you want, and we both work on it together, and then that way we can kind of do them back to back.
and then have 2 dice given out, one for each
yeah,
of us.
exactly.
depending on I'm okay with
Exactly.
that.
That's what I'm thinking.
Sure.
But that's up to I know that's not how
That
this
works
is
for me.
usually done. But because you and I kind of mind melded on almost the exact same thing, I kind of wanna work with this. So here's what I had established for 4 days. Okay, I had this whole thing worked out. Buford, the only reason that Buford is showing up and I believe we have established that canonically the town is called Abandon, right? We've established
yes.
that the town is
Fuck
called
yes.
like
It is now.
right.
So let it be
but
written.
hear me out. Okay. The reason why I say this is because I feel like there are rumors about Abandon. Like, yes, it is a small town, ghost town level thing. And I want to say that it's based in Nevada, right? As it is, because it's off the shoot of like Las Vegas, all that stuff. But the idea of abandoning your hopes and your dreams and your wishes, right? You abandon all hopes, all your dreams, all your wishes. You abandon and you go into reckless abandon. It's literally
Or-
on the sign.
May I
it's
add to that,
reckless
Chad?
abandon. Yeah.
I know it's not my place right now, but the gold rush is
Yeah.
very big in this, and this is maybe
Yes.
also when people give up looking.
Yeah.
This is where they come.
This is where they come. They come to abandon, right? So I imagine that Buford is taking a stagecoach to Abandon from his home, because when he steps out of his stagecoach, he has a driver, so he is being taken out of his stagecoach, and all he has on him is an address to the billiard hall and a telegram that reads, "It's over. I'm sorry. Love, Lydia." And so he's getting out of this he's getting out of this stagecoach to approach the billiard hall, and this is current timeline now. And he will be entering into it. You see this man probably about
I have one question.
yeah what's up?
Kaeryn.
Mhm.
How much time after the scene that we just saw is this taking place?
Oh, that's a good question.
I think, Sarah, what, maybe a couple of years, 3 years. I mean, you had to make it good enough that I got married to you.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking a few years.
No,
Well,
that's perfect though, because I actually had a 3-year gap in my head from like when they got
So-
married to like
so you
when he
both-
gets the notice that
and
totally
you've been
makes
trying to
sense.
find her for this long. Yeah.
for
okay.
at least another year. So that let's say it's like a 4-year gap, because he's been waiting a year to find where she got located, and he finally got a telegram.
Okay.
So he's there
4 years later then.
4 years
All right.
later, and you see this man. He's about 5'9", not the most handsome looker of all, but he is definitely. Hold on one second. I'm going to turn the volume down on this music because it's overwhelming me. Okay. You see that he isn't the best looker, but he's not bad. He's mostly decked out in white with a red ascot, and there is like a little epitaph, like a little monogram of a BB, like gold inlay on the ascot, and it's an all white dress shirt, white pants, white Stetson hat, everything. And yes, 100%, Jeremy, you're right. Channeling my Algernon right now. And he is walking in, and you see this little man is pissed to hell, and he starts walking as fast as he can, walking up to the people, and you hear him calling out. Even before he gets to the door, he's already out of the stagecoach, and you hear him calling, Letty Mae, you answer me when I call you. How dare you? 4 years, and all I get is a damn telegram. Now you get your butt out here, and you talk to me right now. And I imagine he looks at this, he's calling out, but no one's coming. And then there's this big hunkin' goon of a cowboy just staring at him like a bouncer at a club. Sir, I don't know. Are you supposed to be the security around here? Because I would like to speak to I'd like to speak to one Lydia Carlisle. And he says so with like such disdain. He can't even imagine that like that name is a thing. Like, what happened?
Yeah, I can be that. And I think the bouncer would eventually like kind of put his hand on your chest. Big dude, 5 o'clock shadow. Like in this shot, he completely eclipses you.
100%. It's like the high noon sun is out, but he's completely encompassed. With
and he's
shadow.
got a cigarette, and I think he just like puts his hand on your chest and be like, I think you best be getting along.
Getting along? Son, do you know who I am?
I think his hand on your chest doesn't like grab you, but it does like this is a very like a half measure, and he's like, son.
Yeah, you heard me. I said, son, get your hand off me.
So at this point he does like grab the front of your shirt, and he's like, this is your last chance, little guy. If you don't want any trouble, I think you best be walking up on that street.
I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
And Kaeryn, tell me if this is okay. This is when we walk into the billiard room, and maybe your arm is around me, holding me, close to your side. And it's when I hear the whistle of Buford's voice that I
extends miles.
I instantly stop. No.
What is it, Lydia? What is it, Lydia?
No.
What is?
Calm down. Calm down, sweetheart.
Now you listen here. If you don't let me in there within the next 5 minutes,
and I'm telling you, if you don't get to stepping, we're gonna have a problem.
Let me go see what's happening here. And
why does this have anything to do with you, Lydia?
Sounds like somebody I know. And she kind of flits away.
I would totally follow you at this point. I'm not letting you go because that was just not the right. I was like, what? So she's following you outside.
And she gets out there, and I imagine she kind of presses her hand to the bouncer's back.
I am the bouncer immediately like takes his hat off and be like, ma'am.
You can go back inside. It's fine.
And I think the bouncer gives Buford one last look, and just kind of like huffs and like puts his hat back on, like, you say so, ma'am, and then like goes back in and just lets the doors behind him.
Well, hello, Lady May. Thank you for joining us. That's wonderful. Thank you for sparing your time. 4 years?
I think
4 years.
Temperance would also step to your side in this. I don't think at this moment that she'd actually like embrace you or hold you or anything, but she's obviously close enough to Lydia to suggest that there might be something. So Buford, you'd see that they're close.
Yeah. I imagine for me, a lot of these fiascos either play out as like Wes Anderson painted sort of like moments, or, you know, very, very like, so it's him and then the two girls, but it's like a parallel shot where he's standing there like just befuddled, and then them. Yep.
Yes, that's perfect.
Yes.
So I came all the way down here, okay, to come and find you in some hole in the wall called abandon, okay? Only to find out that you're married. Now, you got about 2 seconds, and I mean 2 seconds, to tell me which fella in this entire town you're married to, or so help me.
So help you what, Buford? The hell are you gonna do here? There's a reason why I'm here. And the way that I imagine this is maybe when they got married, you know, she had so much life and there was this brightness all about her, and now that's completely gone. Like even her eyes appear black. It looks as if there's no color there anymore. What are you gonna do, Buford?
Well, I was gonna... Lady May, honey,
Don't call me that. I'm not a child.
You're... Sweet Petunia, like honey, you're still, as far as I was aware, we was still, as of yesterday, we was still married.
I think at that, Temperance was getting a little bit closer to Lydia, you know, gonna protect her in this moment, and then Buford says that.
He's completely not. He's aware that both of you are very close, but like the 2 and 2s are not coming together because he's so hot under the collar.
Yeah, and I think that what you just said there just kind of stops Temperance in her tracks. Like maybe she was reaching out to like comfort Lydia or something, just, you know, to show her she's there for her back. And that stops, and she takes like 2 steps back and she says, "What?"
Yeah, I'm so sorry, ma'am. I didn't mean to involve you in this. Hello there.
Involve me?
Yeah, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry you have to get involved in all this.
I'm married to her. What are you talking about, sir, coming in here and saying, "Lydia, who is this man?"
You are...
Temperance, I need you to go inside.
Oh, hell no, I'm not going inside. You are going to explain to me what is going on here.
There's this very quick camera flashback from like his face to her face to her face to his face. It's like a triangle of camera shots of like them accusatory each of us.
Yes.
100%.
And there's just like, I imagine in those camera shots, each time it comes to Lydia, her eyes are just rolling farther into the back of her head.
Yep.
Oh, you don't be giving me that look now, Lydia. You got some explaining to do.
Oh, you two with your fucking nicknames.
I'm sorry. Is it wrong to be romantic? Is it wrong to care about someone? Is it wrong to do those things? Because as far as I was concerned, I was doing the right one.
Were you really sure there, Buford?
Yeah. Yes, of course I was, honey. You were well taken care of. Okay? You were well taken care of. We had a house. We had a life. Everything was good. I don't know why or what would have possessed you to want to come all the way out here to this and leave what we had started out there on that ranch.
I think the ranch was the problem. I'm not a fucking ranch hand. I ain't a fucking farmer.
Well, I mean,
I think Temperance is very confused because, as far as she knows, we live on a farm.
yeah.
Oh, Temperance is wounded by that. She's wounded a little bit.
Well, fine then. Fine. You wanna run off, and you don't think after 3 years that none of that matters to you? None of it? No, that's all right. If silence could kill a man, you'd already have shot me twice.
Lydia.
He looks over to Temperance. Ma'am, I apologize for this. My name is Buford Bassett, and yes, I am the legal and honorary husband of this here Lydia Carlisle. She used to be Lydia Bassett as of maybe an hour ago, but apparently now that's not the thing. So,
Lydia, is this true? Are you actually married to him? And are you actually telling me that the farm we farm together is not a thing you want to be doing?
for just awkwardly holding hat in hand and watching the two of them now have this discussion.
Oh.
Temperance? You and I are a little bit different.
Oh.
This one made promises he couldn't keep.
And you still have not answered my question. Are you married to him?
I was.
Was or are? There is
Somebody didn't sign any papers.
How am I going to sign them if I didn't know that I needed to sign them? You just sent me a telegram that says, it's over. Goodbye.
Well, you should have gotten papers with it, too.
You think I'm going to sign them when I don't know? He shows the papers. He has a set of papers in his pocket. He pulls them out. You mean these? Yeah, I didn't sign them. Because as far as I was aware, we were still together. So yeah, I came all the way out here to try to make amends, try to fix things.
It's been years, Buford. Now you can come here to die, or you can go back home.
See how it is? All right then. He sort of he can't even look at Lydia right now. He can't even look at her at this point. And he goes, Miss Temperance, I'm begging your pardon, but I don't know if you own this here establishment. But if you could, as a man's parting grace, could you just please give me something to wet whistle on the way out so that I don't...
Me? Poor little old me on this thing? I'm a farmer! And she looks at Lydia.
Oh my God. Mic drop.
You just heard Lydia. I was having such a good day. I woke up to a wonderful surprise this morning.
Well,
And now there is this.
That
And I imagine she knocks on like the door frame of the brothel, and she just kind of calls out to literally anybody in there. Somebody
I
get this man a drink, maybe
I
a little friend to play with.
I think Lydia
And
is
send him on his way.
Temperance is too angry at Lydia at this moment, and she says, I don't think she says anything to you. She just kind of looks at you, daggers are flowing, and then she turns to Buford, grabs, like goes down the stairs a little bit. I'm assuming we're slightly taller than you, grabs your arm, like links arms with you, and says, I'll buy you a drink. And then heads down the street to a different tavern, not the brothel.
Oh my god.
that's
Yeah.
perfect. That's
I'll
perfect.
find someone else.
Damn.
And
Okay.
Lydia just watches them leave.
I think white die for Temperance.
Oh,
Yes.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
Temperance is in the fucking driver's seat now.
Ah.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
she
Woo!
is steering the bus.
Also,
God damn, Kaeryn. Oh my god.
Kaeryn,
Well
farmer.
thank you so much for doing that with me. That's such a weird dichotomy, but like you and I were both on the same wavelength, so I felt like smashing both of our ideas together was perfect.
Remarkable.
I like that.
I'm
yeah.
a
That was
goddamn
beautiful.
farmer. So good.
That was beautiful.
Okay. Kaeryn, where do you want to give that white die? To whom?
I actually want to give it to my partner in crime there, Buford.
All right,
Nice.
Chadley.
White die
Yes.
for a white hat. There we go.
Such generosity, such kindness. We shall see how long it lasts.
Yes, we shall.
Little do you know, I play very innocent characters on purpose. There's a reason, okay?
He does.
Everybody loves it when the sunshine character gets the axe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Gilroy hurts my feelings.
Yeah, Buford's about to hurt your feelings on numerous levels. So
since that was supposed to be double duty, how do we feel things wrapped up for Buford then?
well, Buford, I feel like Buford. I would have said a black die, but then
Yeah.
Kaeryn.
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah.
I still think
Chad,
you get a
don't
black
get the
die.
vote,
I
unfortunately.
still think I know I don't. Because
But I definitely
think
think
it's a
that went
black die.
poorly
I
for
kinda-
Yeah.
That one's very
Buford.
Buford's world
poorly
is
for
shattered.
Buford.
Yeah.
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 Although
Poor
it did have a
Buford.
slight uptick at the end, it's like the Jets losing by only 40. You know,
Right.
Yeah,
It's-
only
it's-
40.
You
Yep.
lost,
100.
just not as badly as
they
you
had
could
a great
have.
comeback with
Yeah.
one field goal in the last
Yeah.
30 seconds. You
I
know,
agree.
it's-
Black die for
yeah.
Buford, I think.
All right.
Black die. Yeah.
Then the question becomes, Chad, where do you want to gift
Yeah.
that die?
Well, I mean, it only makes sense that I give the black die to the person that broke my heart, so I'm gonna have to give it to the sweetest little petunia I
go.
know, Liddy Mae.
Oh my god.
We're so similar.
Listen, you
Amazing.
mentioned the whole like predatory wolf look, and my brain instantly went, this is now present time is where it changes, where now she's the predator,
Yep.
she's the wolf.
Yep.
Yes.
Makes
Oh
sense.
my god.
You
hurt people
you were
hurt
the
people.
wolf. You were the wolf. You
Yep.
raised a snake. Now
Yep.
now both
The,
of you.
the
are
student
on
surpasses the
prowl.
master.
This
Yep.
session
Exactly.
should be called The Wolf and the Snake.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I do like that a lot,
Yes.
actually. I like that a lot.
Nice. Okay. Another fantastic scene.
Well done. Well done.
Already, this whole thing is just a powder keg, and I cannot wait to see who gets shot first. So, next up is Cari. Then, Cari, do you want to establish or do you want to resolve?
I will establish, I think.
All right,
Um,
Where are
and
we?
that just essentially means I set the scene, right?
correct. Yep.
So I imagine this is maybe not terribly long after this whole kerfuffle has happened with the crew in the street, and the good people of Abandon hear a cart rolling into town, And because abandoned is a little bit, well, abandoned, carts coming and going is not a terribly common thing. Mainly it's single people on horses or small crews of people on single horses. And so when you hear a cart coming, it is kind of a odd sound to the ear. And you see this cart, and not only is it a cart, it is practically an art piece on wheels. On either side of this cart is gorgeous purple and white and yellow paintings. And in the middle, in a very fancy, nigh unreadable script, is Cook's Curiosities. And you hear at the front seat of this wagon, you hear a woman, flicking, like flicking the horse into town. And as she reaches what is as near to the center of town as she can fathom, she and like pulls him up, and she's, instead of getting down off of this cart, she stands up and puts her foot up on the buckboard, and then one foot like on top of this cart, this wagon. And she's like, "Good people of Abandon, your day has just gotten at least marginally better." And then she hops down off of this cart and starts like hitting the side of her cart. And as she hits it and walks forward and back, she hits certain panels and they fall down one at a time into like tables, and revealing behind them vials, hundreds of vials of colorful liquids, and on another shelf is powders, and on another shelf is what looks like maybe dried ground plants. And she does this same thing all around her cart, and just hitting and unloading this opening this wagon. And she's just saying, "Come one, come all, whatever ale you may have, you will not have it by day's end. That I can guarantee you, as I have guaranteed so many before. Cook's Curiosities, come one, come all." And she just is like waiting for this spectacle to hopefully draw some people in. One person in particular, and I would think eventually she's hoping that Jeremy, your character, will come out of the woodwork.
Yeah, I mean, being the sheriff of the town, I don't imagine that there's a lot of coming and going that goes unnoticed by him. And something like a wagon rolling into town is probably something that would have reached his ears, especially this wagon. And so I think he sets up, like kind of leaning against a building, his chair kind of kicked back and his boots crossed on the banister of a nearby building, his hat kind of pulled down over his face, and he's whittling something. There's something small in his lap, and he's got his little like penknife that he's just like carving away at this little chunk of wood. And when she starts on her spiel, he lets her finish, and then without raising his hat, he says in a voice that is not very loud, "They ain't hung you for lying yet."
And I think Annabelle is like in the midst of making a sale, and and she turns over her shoulder at like taking money and handing off a vial to somebody, and she smiles this roguish smile. And Annabelle she is, at least in her day, was very attractive. She's dressed in this very dark duster, but in the midday sun, I imagine it gives a sheen, almost I'm struggling to find the word, a sheen that almost looks purple. And she's dressed in a lot of dark colors, and she has a kerchief on, and she, underneath her duster, if she turns just right, you see flash just a gleaming revolver. And this is clearly a woman who is a salesperson, but can take care of herself as well. And she turns and she's like, well, if it isn't my dear brother, I'm sure he can attest, if nothing else, to the quality of my wares. Can't you, dear brother?
Well, he kind of like says, and he kind of puts his boots down on the ground, stands up from the chair as he rights himself, and then eventually pulls the hat kind of back onto the crown of his head, puts his thumbs in the front of his belt on either side of this belt buckle, kind of walks forward. At each step jingles with a spur, and you can see beneath his thumbs on this belt, there's just bullets that wrap all the way around his hips. He's got 2 pistols, and they're both holstered cross-draw, so the butts of the guns are sticking forward.
Cool.
And they are the opposite. They are not shiny. They are dark, like cast iron black.
Cool.
But the handles look like they're made from some kind of antler. And he kind of steps to the edge of this porch, and he says, "The only thing I can attest to is you're a lousy swimmer. You can't spit worth shit. And you can only shoot a fine hair better."
I imagine at that, Annabelle kind of like, and I think you would barely even see it, but you would just see, and she takes one shot, and you almost think she was like shooting at you or shooting at your foot. And just when you start to feel smug and think she missed, you turn around and the spittoon that you were spitting into is leaking. And she has since reholstered her pistol, and she kind of winks at you, and she turns back to this crowd and goes, now, folks, I am going to have to take a very short break. My ride has been long, as I have traveled from far and wide to reach you in your lovely town of Abandon. I will be here for several days, however, so please feel free to meet me in the saloon or even the brothel, and we will be sure to be able to do a sale. Thank you. And I imagine the crowd is kind of like, oh, if only for the fact that this spectacle is ending for the day. And she does kind of start to like, she does look back at you, and she kind of nods her head for you to come over as she's like packing her wagon back, so she can at least pull it around the side of a building or something.
He approaches, and as he does so, he puts his arm out and gives you kind of like one of those one-armed hugs.
And I would do the same, and I'd pat you on the chest and be like, "You are an ornery bastard. One of these days when you cost me a sale, I'll hit you right in the fucking foot."
Oh no, you might have to skip a paint job or 2 on your precious wagon here.
It's all part of it, Cole. You know that.
Hey, weren't you wanted out in these parts? Maybe a year ago?
And I would, at that time, her countenance kind of drops, and she would shake her head, and she would pull down her kerchief, and you see a rope burn. And you said, and she pulls it back up, and she's just like, "Not in these parts."
God damn, Bertie. What am I supposed to do? I'm the law around here. You come sneaking up in here and trying to swindle people out of their money. You know who's gonna have to answer for all this horse shit you're piling on top of them. Why are you back here?
Well, Colin, have you heard from Daddy?
No, maybe about, I don't know, 2 years or so.
Well, I think it's best that we do this with a drink between us. Can you help me with the wagon? And I imagine she continues to like pack it up, and we pull it around and somewhere along the side of a building. And I imagine we make our way to the tavern, a tavern. And I once we do have a drink between us, or we're sitting at the bar probably, or standing even at the corner of the bar, I would kind of sigh and I'd be like, Cullen, Daddy's dead.
He stops like mid-pour, kind of sets the bottle down.
You know, I never thought that fucker would go. I didn't think it was possible that he'd die.
Yeah, well, I think we all die at some point, don't we?
He's a tough
And
son of a bitch.
I pull out this letter. And it has, it just has my name on it. And I think the good people at the Pony Express just so happened to find me. And I kind of slide it to you as I take my whiskey.
He also kind of will raise this glass to his lips and kind of shoot the liquid back, probably again whiskey, before he kind of sets it down and looks at you.
And I do have the letter. So I imagine that if this were a movie, maybe Cullen opens it.
Oh yeah.
And you would hear, "My dearest Annabelle, I write to you with some urgency, as it would seem my time among the living is short. Likely by the time you receive this correspondence, I will be home with the Lord. The tuberculosis, Doc said, nothing to be done. I have written a similar letter to your brother, though with the sporadic nature of the post, who knows if one, both, or neither of these letters will ever arrive in their intended hands. It is my most fervent of wishes that you and your brother carve out a niche for yourselves, whatever that may look like. I know that when you left home, we were not on the best of terms, and I know that there has been decided tension with you and Cullen. But you are both powerful forces in the world, and I would see you use your talents to have success enough to live a life of comfort. I know you have it in your heart a drive that would outdo any man. Your brother, too, is a good man, if only deep down. In short, I want you to find your brother and try to forge forward with him hand in hand. Resolve whatever discontent may yet remain in your hearts and walk forth into the hardness of the world together. I do believe that if the two of you were a bit more like the other, you'd both be better off. But you are bullheaded creatures, and I shouldn't hope for as much. Just that you spend time with each other. Maybe that'll be enough for the two of you to truly make it in this harsh West. That, in my heart, is my dying wish. For this reason, I set the two of you upon a task. In the foothills, nearby where I've been told your brother is now a lawman, I once staked a small silver claim. It is difficult to find, but I've enclosed instructions. In the small dig, you'll find much more than silver, I'd wager. Share it with your brother. Use it to make something of yourself, and tell him to do the same. Worry not about burial or other such entanglements. I had enough in both connections and coin to ensure that for myself. I will be buried at the Broken Branch Cemetery in the plot nearest the old oak, alongside your dear mother. Your loving father, Aiden Arden Cook." And I think Annabelle is just kind of swirling her whiskey and looking around this place. And just when she sees that, she gives you extra time to read because she knows that you're a slow reader. And when you finally look back up at her, she shrugs. And she would just say, "Yeah, go ahead."
He holds the page up, like in front of her.
He wrote this letter to you. There's more words than he ever spoke to me in my entire life.
I mean, I think something about being a dying man makes you want to get it off your chest, I guess.
I'll be damned. I didn't think that son of a bitch had a heart that big in his chest.
I guess neither did I, but here we are.
So,
Anyway,
silver?
I was going to ask you. I don't know this area.
Well,
Not as well as you, at least.
there's definitely silver around in these hills, but I ain't never heard no claim.
I think
Not
you
this,
probably
not as
wanted it
big as
that
it
way.
sounds like. Well, some of the landmarks sound like they might be familiar. I could.
She
We can
pulls
maybe
another
ask
piece of
around.
paper out of her like belt somewhere under her duster, and she hands it to you, and she's like, "This is all he gave me. It doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe more to you."
He'll kind of like take it and look around to make sure that there's not, any nearby prying eyes before he opens it, kind of, close to him on the table in front of him.
Yeah, I think I might know where this is.
I mean, of course I'm going to share it with you, but this could set us up both, depending on how much is there, of course. I mean, I can't imagine a lawman would make that much money. And by the
I'd
way,
be
a
surprised.
lawman? How long have you been doing that?
I've been a lawman for almost a decade. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, I didn't expect you to have risen as you have. And I kind of like flick your little badge. I was like, as you have clearly risen.
I might
Well, what?
have a few things going on the side.
So all that moral superiority is just for show. Just for the good people of, and I look around and I see abandoned saloon. And I was like, abandoned.
Out here, I promise you, Birdie, I am one of the good guys.
Well, that's perfect. I thought you'd maybe change too much and I wouldn't recognize you.
Maybe put on a little weight.
A little.
So, where you want to go?
Well, it wasn't entirely a lie. My road has been long. I ain't stopped in 4 days. I could use a bath, a good night's sleep, and then we can reconvene tomorrow.
Sure enough. I've got a bed you can crash in. Little place. It's just outside of town. I'll sleep at the station.
Thanks, Colin.
Don't go stirring up too much trouble. I may not exactly like being the lawman of this town, but, well, as you said, here we are.
I sit back and I would hold my glass out to you, I guess. And I would say, now, when have I ever stirred up any trouble?
He turns and he starts walking away as he's listing off instances and counting them on his fingers.
And I just keep enjoying my drink and I leave the middle finger up until you are out of the saloon. Perfect.
Nice.
Bravo.
That was beautiful.
That was
I love
beautiful.
that.
Well
That
done,
was
everybody.
good.
It was a
Oh,
fun scene.
So
Jeremy,
what?
great job.
What
I think
die,
Annabelle
though?
deserves a white die for that. I
I
think
kind of agree, to be totally honest.
yeah.
Yeah?
I think that's a win for her. She got her brother on board, shared some
Yep.
family stuff. Makes sense to me. I think that went very well for her.
I would agree.
Thank you.
Might make things a little bit more complicated though for poor old Sheriff Cook.
Oh, I say so. He's definitely
Still a
got a foot in both camps now.
Yep.
Yep.
Um,
I am perfectly comfortable with a character who is in deep shit.
Hey,
Oh,
I love it.
those are the most
Oh,
fun
yeah.
to play.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
All right.
And,
So where do you want to give that die, Cari?
You know, I'm gonna give it to our beloved host and my wonderful scene partner, Jeremy.
All
Thank
right.
you very much.
Thank you. My pleasure. Okay. It is my turn. Damn. I want to resolve. So I will hand it off to the rest of the table to establish.
Okay. I had an idea earlier when we were in the setup. I really wanted to see a Jeremy and Jason moment. I wanted to see that interaction because I want to know, first of all, how corrupt you are. To how long that corruption's been. There's like a lot of questions that I want answered, so I think that'd be a good way to enter that.
I completely and utterly agree with that. I was gonna say a scene with Jason.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sheriff and deputy. How who is well, and the cool thing is too, what's the question is who's controlling the die?
Exactly.
Is Cullen the one controlling the die, or is the deputy the one controlling the die?
Right.
I think this scene may determine that.
Yes.
That's
I
what
had a
Perfect.
thought, Jeremy, since you're letting the rest of us establish.
absolutely.
So I was thinking that this could at least start in a church.
Ooh.
And then we
100%
could
Abandon
move.
has one church.
Yeah,
There's gotta
Yes.
be
I'm
one
thinking
church Abandoned.
it's just because I was thinking about this all week as well. Saint Julian on the Hill, because Saint Julian
Perfect.
is the patron saint of murderers,
Yes.
among other
Yeah.
things.
Oh my god.
Fabulous.
So that's what I'm
Yes.
thinking.
On the hill.
Saint Julian on the Hill.
I love
That's
it.
fucking
If
awesome.
you need a pastor present, I will gladly step in. Be as evangelical as you need, my friend. Make it happen.
Is this like during service? Is this
I was
after?
thinking, if you're okay with it, again, I don't want to take complete control here, but I was thinking like in the morning, like maybe I just imagine kind of like you were saying, Chad, like there's maybe an old priest who kind of tends to it, maybe a few altar boys that are, the children of local townsfolk. And they're just sort of like setting up, right? Like, so this is before service. And I'm thinking the only person in there at the moment is Johnny, 4 years after the last interaction that we saw him involved in, and then maybe Sheriff Cook comes to him maybe to let him know about the sister situation or whatever reason the sheriff comes to the church, and we can kind of go from there if you want.
Yeah, absolutely. That works for me. Okay. So I think with it being early morning, it's definitely one of those shots where like the sun is coming in sideways from the windows and just illuminating all of the motes of dust that are kind of like dancing and twinkling in these like beams that are across the pews of the church. And I think the interior of the church is entirely wooden, but the walls have been whitewashed,
Yeah,
and it's been a
100%.
little while since they have been. So there's definitely some wear and tear.
There's a tiny church, and I'm not even joking because we've been up there. There's a place called LB Washington that actually has like one of the tiniest churches known to man. It has like four pews in it, and I imagine that like legitimately that's the size of
Yeah,
this church.
that would make sense to
It's
me.
Yeah.
just
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
the church.
tiniest little church for the people who still have hope in a place that doesn't have hope.
Yeah,
You
a
know,
place
yeah.
literally called
A people
Abandoned.
who's abandoned it.
Yep.
Ah! It's
Mhm.
full circle, baby.
Love it.
Yeah, there's barely, room for like four pews and an
Right.
altar in this, or I guess not even an altar, a podium. What is that called? Pulpit.
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 There you go.
Pulpit. Bully
Um,
Pulpit makes
Bully
this game.
Pulpit. Ta-da!
Bully Pulpit.
Full circle. But yeah, you said Johnny is already there, so maybe he is helping, like you said, set up these pews. I imagine these pews are probably fairly stout, old wooden
Right.
furniture.
hmm
So
I imagine he's actually praying, I think, and maybe
excellent.
Sheriff Cook would be aware of this since they've been working together for an unknown period of time.
Mm.
This is like the first thing he does every morning. Like he'll get dressed, and then unless the sheriff says, "Hey, there's an emergency or something we have to attend to," I think Johnny always goes immediately to St. Julian on the Hill, greets the father, whatever, and then just prays. So I imagine maybe kind of as you're pushing open the doors, you see this man who I don't think he's changed a whole lot in 4 years. But you see, I imagine the camera kind of zooms in, and he is clutching this like old looking, almost ugly iron cross that is hanging from this like silver chain, but it's tarnished and maybe even discolored slightly. And I think we kind of get the butt end of like his prayer as he's like clasping it to his forehead and saying, "Take these dark and crimson thoughts from my mind, O Lord. Make me into your righteous instrument. Show me a sign." And then I imagine he hears the doors kind of open and then kind of the thunk, thunk of your footsteps as he kind of
Spurs.
stops.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Again, yeah, with the jingle of the spurs
Yeah.
behind it.
Yeah. Imagine it's this eerie echo of the way he kind of came up behind Lydia all those years ago when she was outside of the brothel. But he'll kind of stop and lower his voice as he continues to mutter to himself, waiting for you to either approach or for whoever it is to approach, since he doesn't know it's you. I imagine his back is to you.
Yeah, he walks up until he's even with the last pew, and then he kind of sidesteps and just sits down. And I imagine like the whole shot has been like, in my mind, has been like Johnny, you know, tight on you with like the light from the doors back behind you kind of streaming in. And, you know, again, you know, Cullen approaches, but we haven't even seen most of Cullen. It's basically just kind of his midsection that's in the shot kind of thing. And he just kind of stops at the edge and then just kind of sidesteps and just sits down. And that's when he's like come into frame. And he says,
He answer you yet?
I think Johnny looks up, and I imagine the camera kind of captures that his face looks haggard. It has been a difficult 4 years. I think he looks somehow even hungrier than he did before. And he kind of looks up to, I imagine there's like a giant, like crooked wooden crucifix at the front of this church, like very poorly made. And it's kind of tilted to the side. No matter how many times the father and the altar boys try to adjust it, it's never straight. And I think he looks up at it for a moment, and not even looking over his shoulder, he just says, "Not yet, Sheriff Cook. Is there some trouble in town? You don't usually come to visit me this early in the morning. I don't think I've ever seen you set foot in this church before."
I might have good reason. A calling of a different nature, you might say. I just received word that there is going to be a Federal Reserve train that's crossing the open desert less than 100 miles from here.
I think Johnny, he like kisses this iron cross and then tucks it into his suit. I imagine a very well-tailored clothes, but again, it looks like putting a wolf in like a really nice suit. It doesn't fit, even though it's perfectly tailored to his frame. It doesn't fit. And I think he kind of stands and he'll kind of genuflect beside the pew and then move back and he'll sit next to you, the pew kind of creaking under him. "Such talk is not fit for the house of God, Sheriff. I would think a man like you would know that. Maybe we should step outside. Leave Father Applebaum and the boys to prepare for morning service."
Dude, is Father Applebaum like trying to pretend he's not hearing this conversation?
Clearly, you see this not elderly man, but you see this like fairly, I would imagine, same in the same age bracket. I would say maybe a little bit older, but he's currently trying to lead like some choir boys in what will be the opening hymnals. He goes, no, son. Now remember, it's higher on the heaven is the Lord that we live in. And he's like trying to get them to, no, don't. Jimmy, please, next time, higher keys. On the high ends, we go higher, and on the low ends, we go lower. Don't be. And he kind of looks back to the two of you. "I'm sorry, gentlemen. I'm sorry. I'm just."
"No need to apologize, Father. We'll step out and let you deal with these boys."
I think they are getting some stage fright. If you could please.
Cullen,
Of course.
Cullen tips the front of his hat towards you and says, "Padre." And then he muscles towards the door.
Yeah, Johnny will follow. And I think as the door closes, he looks at you and says, "Federal Reserve train, you say?"
Yeah, sounds like gold to me.
Does Lids know about this?
Oh, that's your job.
I think he smiles and looks back at the church and he says, you know, I have a great and abiding fondness for Lydia Carlisle. I always have, from the first moment I met her.
That makes one of us.
You learn to like her. She's like a fungus. She grows on you. But and he kind of leans in a little bit to you, Cullen, and he says, but she has a rather unfortunate flaw. You see, Lydia Carlisle likes to push. And sometimes, though it hasn't happened yet, sometimes there are folk out there that just don't like to be pushed, Sheriff Cook. Maybe they push back. Maybe they push back twice as hard. All I'm saying is I hope this flaw does not manifest within a man of the law such as yourself. Just remember who's paying you.
Oh my God.
Cullen kind of just stands there for a moment, kind of chewing on this strand of straw that he's got in his mouth. And then again, without kind of looking up and meeting your gaze at all, he just takes like a big step forward to where like he's in your personal space.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I don't know exactly what you're getting at, Balda. But I know the crooked shit that you get up to all too well. And I've let it slide because you decided you were going to cut me in for a piece of it.
Lydia decided that. Weren't my choice.
Well, it's the case nonetheless. If you start getting ideas about how that situation might change, then you ain't going to consult me about it first. Well, son, there's a lot of holes out here in this desert. It'd be a shame if Johnny Valda ended up in one of them.
And I think he actually does kind of smile. And I think he kind of like pats where the cross is and he's like, Sheriff Cook, the Lord works in mysterious ways. I've learned that ever since I've tried to walk this straight and narrow path over this last year or so we've been working together. Your point is well taken, but I would like to remind you of one thing. I taught Lydia Carlisle everything she knows. You may be her little attack dog. And he kind of leans in. I think he puts a hand on your shoulder and he kind of gets right up by your ear and he says, but Sheriff Cook, this old wolf still has teeth. And he kind of pats you on the shoulder and he says, now, that train, I will go inform our mutual acquaintance about it. Seems important. And we can arrange to extract what we can from it.
Since I'm the one that brought you the information, I want double my normal cut.
Well, I will discuss that with Lydia. She's the one making all the decisions now, right?
Absolutely, and I will write to the governor and let him know of the absolute safety that this train will be passing through his corridor in, because I will have several deputies that will be making certain that nothing happens to it.
Of course. Wouldn't dream of anything else. You know, and he kind of looks down at you for a moment. Maybe, if you are so inclined, there's an arrangement that you and I could reach. Maybe instead of this, me going between you and Lydia and all that nonsense, this charade of sheriff and his deputy, maybe me and you, less shares to worry about, just the two of us working together. And you'd get, of course, as I said, more money. Something to mull over, though. Of course, as I said, I have a deep and abiding affection for Lydia Carlisle. Something to ponder, especially, I think he kind of looks towards a band, and I imagine maybe there's like in the distance, we just barely see Annabelle's cart or wagon. You got family in town.
Oh,
So does
yeah.
Lydia from all the caterwauling I heard the other day.
My sister.
Yeah.
She's come to town. And as far as Lydia goes, I don't know that I could care less. Some fancy-looking dandy stepped out of a wagon and started screeching and hollering. Sounded like a dying cat.
Sounded like a teapot left on for a little too long, if you ask me.
Wound up, that fella. Gonna end up getting shot.
Oh, that would be a damn shame, wouldn't it? And this town is a town of the law, a town of God. People don't just get shot in the street like that.
He kind of looks down towards where the brothel is, and he kind of like gives a nod of his like scruff-covered chin.
I think I hear your mother calling.
Yeah. You're funny, Sheriff. Real funny. And I think Johnny nods to you, and he, as I think he starts to walk away, I think he looks up at the sky and he says, I see you, O Lord. I see your divine plan. And he looks down to his revolver, and I think the camera zooms in and we see on the barrel is carved in Latin the words Manus Dei, the hand of God. And he starts walking into town towards the brothel.
Fuck, dude. And God, I think Johnny's gonna fucking win, dude. Johnny's gonna win this game.
Johnny is gonna win this game.
Early contender. God damn, white dice for Johnny.
Well,
see, I'd almost say it's
this...
I can't vote, right? Or you actually do because you
this was
right,
Cullen's.
Jeremy?
Yeah, this was actually Cullen's scene.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
And I definitely think that could be a big old black die for him.
I mean, I could see either way, to be totally honest, because Johnny still ended up doing what Cullen said. You know what I mean? But I could also see what you're saying as well.
Yeah.
Incredible. Holy shit, boys. That was amazing.
Oh, that was wow.
That was incredible.
That was
fuck.
I'm
intimidated by that.
I'm gonna give this die to Kaeryn, because Kaeryn and Cari don't have any yet, so I'm gonna give one to y'all. Spread the love. Okay.
Amazing.
Yeah, that was incredible.
Jesus Christ.
Fucking awesome, Jeremy. Holy shit.
Amazing scenes that I got to do right back to back. Thank you all very
that was
much.
beautiful.
That was incredible.
Okay. Jason, it's your turn. Do you want to establish or do you want to resolve?
I want Sara to share the idea that she's thinking of, because she just made that sound like
yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna go with resolve. So I'll let y'all establish.
Attaboy.
Yeah.
I was gonna do the church scene, but actually we just had it, so perfect. 110%. I'm all about it.
Sara, what are you thinking?
Oh, I need a scene where he comes to her and tells her what the fuck is going on. And not just that they're gonna rob a train, but what fucking the sheriff is trying to do. And
that's amazing.
Yeah. I'm totally down for seeing that scene.
Mentor and Padawan.
Snake and wolf.
The snake and the wolf, man.
The viper.
Okay, so
where
the five of us, where is this taking place?
Yeah, where would this be happening?
So I think
it totally has to happen in the brothel, because
that's
you were just walking there with the hand of God.
Yes.
Manus Dei.
Is Lydia now? Is Lydia a prostitute? Have we established this?
She's a farmer.
She's a farmer, damn it!
I haven't heard a confirmation.
There has never been confirmation that she is a prostitute.
Okay.
You just hang out there a lot.
I hear a butt coming.
So then,
So far, there's no butt.
Okay.
I mean,
pay extra for the butt.
Exactly.
Early
you have to
morning
pay
and
extra for butt.
right.
Yes.
So we're early morning in a brothel. So this is
So
probably not.
I
like
want
a
to put you guys in the
point right now.
I
in the
specifically
billiards
want
room.
to put you in the billiards room.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
in
works.
the billiard room. All right. Whenever
yeah,
y'all are ready.
yeah. Sara, if you okay, sure. Yeah. So I think maybe you're in the room already, and you just hear kind of the familiar. Because I imagine we've been working together for 4 years. Like we kind of know each other's tread to a certain extent. You hear this very familiar, and there's no spurs. I think Johnny has lost a lot of his like ostentation over the years. As the door opens, you just hear kind of the heavy tread as he kind of sees you and says, "Miss Carlisle, do we have the room?"
You watch as she is actually she is actually playing billiards. She's playing pool
Oh.
by herself. And
Amazing.
she's kind of, she's bent over the table, and it's the moment she hears your footsteps come in, she stops. And her head turns just enough to kind of look at you with just one eye. Well, hello there, deputy.
Ooh.
I suppose we can get this room to ourselves for a little bit. What do you need, my dear?
Well, it's not so much what I need as what you need to know. We are
Oh,
partners still, aren't we?
I like to think so.
Sometimes don't feel that way, especially not since we got good old Sheriff Cook involved in all this. Still think that was a bad idea.
I have to admit, it was a bad idea.
You're too ambitious, Lids. Sometimes your ambitions exceed your grasp.
I can't help myself sometimes, you know this.
Yeah, I know it. Kind of like straightens his suit. And again, like I think you of all people know, Lydia, like he just cannot get comfortable in these like fancy clothes. He's used to like the duster, jacket, breeches, like pretending to be this deputy is just chafing at him so much.
I imagine that when she sees him fidgeting, she kind of comes up, and it's like with a snap of her fingers, she's undoing buttons.
Shit. Thank you. It's a little better, I guess.
So, what do you got to tell me?
Sheriff says there's a Federal Reserve train that's going to be passing by abandoned soon.
Oh.
He's thinking that we could go out there and maybe score some gold, some bona fide bullion. Might be nice for a change. Although he is also planning to send more deputies, obviously, than just me. And he's going to let I think he said the governor know to guarantee the safety of the train. It's going to make things a little complicated.
He thinks he has control of the governor. That's cute. That's a very cute idea.
It's not about control. If he lets him know when something happens, it's going to draw more attention to abandon. What's nice about this place is nobody gives a flying fuck about this shit stain of a town.
Not wrong.
I don't know, Lids. Maybe I think you can see, since you, like you said, you kind of unbuttoned a few buttons, you see that I think you see the cross. I think you see this like silver chain, and again, there's not even like a figure on the cross. It's just like this old discolored like iron cross that he's taken to wearing over the last like maybe year or so. Maybe it's time we stop all this, yeah? Try something different.
You see there's a pause for a moment. And if Johnny allows, she steps closer and hooks a finger on the chain. And what are you thinking?
I've been I mean, he looks visibly uncomfortable. I think it's been this interesting change. Like, not that he was ever really into like booze or like marching powder or loose women or anything, but he is like completely distanced himself from all these things. He only really seems happy or engaged when he is robbing trains. But as you kind of hook the chain of the cross, he says, maybe we just stop this. You know? I know you've got plans. You've always got plans. Plans within plans, coils within coils, but maybe it's time we just stopped. Try to walk the straight and narrow path. You know?
The straight and narrow? You didn't teach me that, sweetheart.
No, I know that, believe me. You're too good at it.
Look at me, I'm just so innocent.
He shakes his head like immediately. Like he just kind of imagine he chuckles to himself. Yeah, right. You're an innocent farmer. Ain't got nothing up your sleeves, nothing else going on.
Never, never, never. So, are you wanting this to be the last one? Are you wanting to run off into the sunset with your share?
I think he actually looks away from you, which is probably surprising because normally he is just like deadlocked on your gaze. He kind of glances away. He swallows. Yeah, I think this should be the last one.
Where will you go?
I don't know. Away, probably, but
Become a traveling man of God?
no, I don't think God himself wants me, though he does have a purpose for me, as he has a purpose for all of us, Lydia. After all, we were shaped by his hand, were we not?
So you say.
So I know. That is the difficulty that I am having, is finding what my mighty and righteous purpose is. But
well,
go
ahead.
No, ladies first, always.
Oh.
What a bastard.
She stops, and the cross is just kind of sitting against her finger.
Mm-hmm.
How do you want to take care of our dear friend, Mr. Cook?
Oh
Well,
my God.
I think he kind of rubs his chin. Imagine he's got like the mutton chops into the mustache kind of thing, so his chin is like mostly shaved. He kind of rubs it and he says, his sister is in town. Family makes you vulnerable. Speaking of which, you should keep close watch on yours. The Whistling Man and Good Wife Temperance.
Don't remind me.
You got problems on top of problems, Lids.
I might just have to run away with you.
Yeah, maybe.
Run off into the sunset together.
Like something out of a child's bedtime story.
Mm.
Though I've found that life doesn't usually end like those stories. For better or for worse.
Not always, but you might get that one day.
Maybe. I think we need to get rid of the sheriff. I think maybe we do the job. Don't let him send his letter to the governor, which means we might have to stop him beforehand. But he knows that I'm basically the go-between between you and him. Might have to come from you, not from me. But I can apply a little pressure if needed.
Give me a little bit to think on it. I'll get back to you.
Just shakes his head. Plans upon plans.
You gotta
Sure.
have a plan sometimes, dear.
Didn't used to have that many plans before I brought you into all this. Can't tell if it's made things better or worse.
A little bit of both.
A little bit of both. and he'll nod, kind of incline his head to you, and he starts to walk out. And I think right before he leaves, he kind of looks back to you and he says, "When you kill a man or a woman when we're robbing trains, how does it make you feel?" Don't lie to me, Lydia.
You see, she actually thinks
Mhm.
on this question.
Does she have a drink with her?
No.
Swirling something. No,
Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, oh, I wanted her to do the swirling risky thing again, but no, that's fine. That's fine. Go ahead.
No.
Yeah, she thinks about it.
She's thinking about it. And when she matches your gaze, that usually black color kind of disappears
Mhm.
and returns to like this like dark hazel color.
Like her normal eye color.
Mm-hmm. And she looks at you and she says, "I ain't proud of it, but sometimes it has to be done."
And I think you see kind of in response, there's this slight, you swear, and maybe it's like there and gone, but I mean, they've been working together for so long that you can read like the most minute facial expressions. There is this slight hint of disappointment. And he says, "I understand. Maybe that's another reason why we should put a stop to all this. You're just a little too soft for it, maybe. It's fine."
Oh.
We'll see.
And he'll nod, and I think he just walks out without saying anything else.
God damn. God damn.
That was good.
Ooh,
That was
Jesus.
good.
Every one of these scenes could
all
end in somebody
around.
kissing, fucking, or dying.
Yeah,
Yes,
right.
exactly. Exactly.
Fuck, marry, kill.
Every one of these is like, oh my God.
So
the
spice,
feelings, all the
wonderful. I love it. Oh,
Dude.
okay.
Dude,
So-
the song Forbidden Fruit came on my
Mhm.
playlist.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh,
Yeah.
damn.
Oh, damn. Okay, so since I'm resolving, so I choose the die, right? And then
Correct.
I also select who it goes to, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
And I cannot give it to myself. Is that also correct? It has to be someone
Also
else.
correct.
Okay, perfect. And that's an Act 1 only thing. Is that also right?
Correct.
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
yeah, perfect.
you'll keep in Act 2. You keep the die you earn on Act 2.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. Perfect. Okay, so I'm thinking, to be honest, I think that's probably a black die for me.
Mm.
Because ultimately Lydia is still kind of getting this last
Oh,
heist,
yeah.
potentially many more heists, depending on how things go.
Yes.
And I think who do I want to give it to? You know what? I'll do what Jeremy did. I'll give it to the one person that doesn't have a die yet. I'll give it to Cari.
Yeah,
There you go.
considering you're gonna fucking maybe hurt Annabelle to get to Colin, that makes sense.
I don't know what you're
Cow!
talking about.
Mm.
I'm just a harmless deputy with
Yeah.
dead eyes.
Lies and slander.
Lies and slander.
Yeah.
Perfect. And that was the first time all the way around the table. So
Yeah.
we're kind of at the halfway point of Act 1. So we're going to go ahead and take a break. Go to the
Yay.
bathroom, refill your drinks, kiss your spouse, smoke them if you got them, etc., etc. Yeah, and then we'll come back and finish up the second half of Act 1. And then
Nice.
the tilt. So sit tight and we will be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the second half of Act 1 of One in the Chamber. We are playing Fiasco this evening. If you are unfamiliar with the game, this is probably not a great place to start watching. But if you decide to throw caution to the wind, then welcome, you daredevil. This is a very narrative, very heavily improvised game. And so far, we have managed to already weave an incredibly tangled web, and I'm very, very eager to see how it's all gonna explode. Webs explode. Shut up.
Obviously.
So, I think, without further ado, then we're gonna get right back to it. So this will be the second go-around of Act 1. We are back to Sara. So,
Boop, boop.
Sara, would you like to establish or resolve your
I'm
scene?
gonna resolve.
Okay. Then it falls to us, the other five, to determine where and whom and what the gist of this scene is.
Hurt me.
Kaeryn?
I have an idea. I've been
Your
holding
hand went
on
up
to.
really fast.
Yeah, what is your
let's-
idea, Kaeryn?
What you got?
Whip it out.
Karen's like, me.
Me.
I have an idea.
I have a
So-
terrible idea.
I would like to have to see a scene where Lydia, in the accompaniment of Johnny, are coming to check on the crate of dynamite that they're going to need for this train robbery.
Oh. That's
okay.
weeping nitroglycerin?
Yes.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Obviously.
And they store it in this some shed on our property that since the moment we met, you have said to me, I'm not allowed to go into it. And I've respected your wishes up to this
Wishes.
point. But you guys, when you come
Oh.
in, you catch me in there.
Fuck. That's so good, Kaeryn.
Oh,
And
that's
so
Okay.
terrible.
good.
I have
love
no
it.
notes.
A
10-10.
wonderfully
Yeah, 10 out of
awful
10.
idea.
5 stars on Yelp.
Would recommend.
Would
10 out of
recommend.
10.
Would do again, maybe.
Yes,
All right.
do it.
Yes.
Do it.
You guys want to set the scene since it is, after all, your property?
Well, you begin. You two are walking together.
Oh,
Sure.
great. Okay, so the way that this scene will go is, I'm sure since they got the dynamite, Lydia has brought Johnny to the property a few times just to make sure it's all still there.
Mhm.
And this is another one of those times. She has this like air of confidence and dominance in her walk And I imagine that she actually keeps pace with you. Like, she doesn't go ahead of you, she doesn't stay behind you. You guys are partners, you are equals. So she stays at pace with you. And obviously, she still has to look up at you. And she goes, so this is going to be our plan. We're going to use that.
Got it.
Got it. I'm asking.
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah.
Well,
This is what we want to use?
yeah. I mean, we blow out the tracks in front of and behind the train, set some sticks. Probably means the sheriff's going to have to help out, potentially.
Nah.
You got someone else you can trust?
Not exactly.
Oh, you want to do it, do you?
Always.
That's fair. You're soft, but you're not afraid of getting your hands dirty. I can appreciate that about you.
My God, what a bully.
Keep calling me soft, and I'll just show you how soft I can be.
Oof, I do not want to see that, Lids. All right, so yes, I think that should be the plan, unless you have any adjustments or amendments you'd like to make. I know you are very particular.
Right now, no. I think this part of the plan is all right.
Fine by me. And he'll continue walking as we approach the shed.
I think as you guys get closer to the shed, you see that the door is not locked like it would normally be.
I think immediately Johnny's. I imagine they're kind of like this weird, like bluish gray. They just kind of flick over to you, Lydia. He doesn't say anything, but his hand just kind of like creeps towards Manus Day. And he kind of tilts his head.
I think in that same motion, I think our eyes like meet at the same time, and it's almost as if she knows your movements that well that she knows you're reaching for Manus Day, and her hand instantly goes on top of yours. She's just like, and she moves up to the shed. There's a light, just with like the knuckle of her middle finger, a light knock, and she opens the door.
And you would see the back of Temperance standing over your crate of dynamite. And she is just silent. She is just standing there. She doesn't turn when you walk in, like there's no movement. And then you hear, what the hell, Lydia? And Temperance would at that point be turning, and she's got one of the sticks that's weeping glycerin in her hand.
Whoa. Easy there.
What? Oh. Deputy Volta.
Good wife,
Isn't
Temperance.
that interesting?
What do you got there? That looks like dynamite. And he kind of looks from you to you, Lydia. What the fuck is going on?
And I think Temperance is just looking at, she's basically like, when she's mentioned you, she's forgotten about you now. And her eyes are now straight at Lydia. And she's holding this out. And she's like, why does this say Chesterfield County? And she kind of kicks backwards with her boot, hitting the crate.
Love, I really did not want to get you into this. What it says doesn't matter. Not anymore, anyway.
Why is this here? Why do you have this?
Just in case.
Just in case what? Some herd of bison are going to come and stampede across our land?
Not bison. More like thieves.
thieves are notoriously vulnerable to dynamite,
Mhm.
as are we all.
I'm sorry, Lydia. What was that?
Mhm.
It's for thieves.
Mhm.
Protection.
So how long does it take you to set this up when you know a thief is coming around? Do you like plan this ahead or something? I don't understand. She just kind of lightly tosses it back like she doesn't care.
Oh my god.
You just
This
see
is the end of our game.
Lydia doesn't even flinch. She's looking at you, Temperance, and she says, "Have you seen the little holes that I have dug around our property? The dynamite goes in there. We bury the thread, and it leads all the way around. So that if there is any danger,
You blow our house to smithereens.
not our house.
Got it.
Just a few 100 feet around the property."
It is a bit extreme.
Yeah, what the hell are you doing here anyway, Deputy Valda?
Well, your beloved here wanted to have a conversation, something of import, she said, but I did not realize that there are explosives on the property. So, color me surprised.
Hmm. Color me surprised as well.
Would
How many
you
other secrets are you hiding from me, Lydia?
would you be opposed? I don't mean to interrupt. You two clearly need to talk. Would you
Oh
be
hell no, you're gonna sit your ass right down here. You
No,
ain't
no, no.
moving.
I'm not going anywhere. I just
No,
wanted
you're
to
not.
examine the explosives, make sure they're not about to go off. You did just toss a stick over your shoulder like some kind of crazy person. No offense. I just wanted to take a look, make sure it's safe. But no, I won't be going anywhere.
She doesn't stop you. She
Okay,
barely again, as soon as she's done talking to you, it's like immediately
yeah,
you're forgotten. She's looking straight at Lydia.
cool. So Johnny sort of walks past you, walks up behind you. Leah, I think you see his face over your wife's shoulder, and then Temperance, you feel the barrel of a revolver in your back. Now, how about we
Ooh.
go inside and have a nice, even-tempered conversation? You scream, and he looks right at you, Lydia. This is over. You understand?
Oh.
You can see that there is. I don't know if Temperance would really be able to notice it, but you can see that tightening in her jaw, Johnny. Like she's like, "Come on, love. Let's go in the house."
I think at this point, Temperance was not expecting Deputy Valda to do what he just did. And so I think the shock factor is she's looking at you, Lydia, like she was angry and staring at you. And as soon as that happened, the immediate look, like she's not a poker player like you happen to be, I guess, with the whole facial things. Her emotions read on her face. And she immediately goes from that, like the anger to the, oh shit, I'm going to die. And what the hell is this? And she's just like looking at you with that probably sad, like help me, what's going on? Look.
Hmm.
But she would, of course, do what Johnny is saying and start walking, especially if you start like putting a little pressure
Yeah,
with
I
the
think so.
revolver.
I
Yeah.
think you would feel like the revolver goes away and he just kind of like hooks his arm with yours. Come on now. We're all friends. To the house. And he kind of starts walking in that direction, kind of pointedly looking at you, Lydia, and then kind of looking at the shed where the dynamite is, like, fucking cover that shit up. And then he's gonna continue walking with Temperance towards the house.
And Temperance
And
just keeps looking back over her shoulder towards you, Lydia.
and she watches for just a couple of steps as Johnny is taking Temperance And she goes into the shed. She uses whatever tarp, cloth, or whatever to kind of cover it. And she looks for the lock, finds the lock, locks the door, and goes into the house to meet the two of them.
I think what Johnny would have done is, I imagine you guys have like a small like kitchen table or like a dining room table, that kind of thing. Is he's got Temperance seated in one of the chairs. He's right next to her with the gun in his hand. And it's odd, Temperance. I think like you would know, like Deputy Valda for the most part is like a very like affable, kind of jovial man. But again, there's just something in those eyes that just is vaguely not all there. Like there's a piece missing. And I think you see that more, it's almost more pronounced now as he waits for Lydia to enter. And when she does, kind of doesn't even look over at her, just keeps looking at you. So, Lids, I think it's time for an honest conversation with your wife, yeah? Unless you had another idea.
Man.
Lydia will move to actually sit across from Temperance so she can look at her. And
I think as you sit down, Temperance had been looking at Johnny before you had come in. But then you've come in and you sit down, and so Temperance's eyes like turn back towards you at this moment. And you can see like Temperance is trying to hold it in, but you can see as her eyes are starting to tear up and she's looking at you, like pleading with her eyes, like, what's going on?
I think throughout this whole relationship with Lydia and Temperance, Temperance has always seen that hazel color in her eyes. And I think this is the first time that she sees that Lydia's eyes they look pure black at this point.
God damn.
And I didn't want you to find out this way. Now, as for Buford Bassett, because I know that's one thing you're worried about, I sent him papers. It is not my fault that he did not sign them. So, with that out of the way, baby, you know I am not the purest of souls here. I have a past. I have one more job I gotta do.
Wait,
And it will pay for everything.
Job. Oh, a job you have to do. And then she kind of like, kind of squirms a little bit because, that the revolver just.
I think the gun presses a little bit harder
Sitting
when
there.
you move. Like as
Yeah.
soon as you move, she's like, come on now. Your wife's trying to have an honest and open conversation with you, good wife Temperance. Least you can do is sit still and listen. Or respond, of course.
I think that's when Lydia's gaze flicks up to Johnny and she gives him this look like, calm down.
And I think you see that emptiness in his eyes is now burning. And I think you realize why he looked so, like, not so disappointed, but slightly disappointed when he asked how you felt about killing people, because this is why he was robbing trains before. Like, yeah, there's the money, but there's something else here that is probably much more dangerous and much less reasonable. But at your kind of nod, he kind of takes a breath and he nods. He'll kind of lean back in the chair a little bit.
I like to imagine that Johnny probably hasn't noticed this, but the reason why her answer was what it was because she is a people person.
Mm-hmm.
And she looks back at Temperance. A job where you and I can have the biggest plot. That's all I want.
And I think at this point, like the tears do start to fall, and she's like, Lydia. And I think she like chokes up too because she's like, she can't speak. She's afraid of this man beside her, who she's actually probably up to this point has always respected because he is, you know, man
Absolutely.
of the law.
Pillar of the
This is
community. Yeah.
exactly. This is a side, and she is terrified, and she's looking for you for comfort, and she's not actually getting it. Like, you're just letting this guy do this to her, and she's I don't know if she can even say to you, like, she is just so out of her element right now. Like, everything everything in the last few days has just been crumbling, and she's like, I don't understand, Lydia. Like, and I think she starts to talk, and that's probably when Johnny, like, he's constantly, you know, shoving that revolver into her ribs or whatever. And so I think it just stops her from talking, and she just looks at you.
I imagine that this is the point where Lydia gets up and she moves around the table to kind of adjust the chair that Temperance is in so that she can face Temperance and they can be close. And she lowers herself into a squat, and her hands very gently cup Temperance's face. I know that this is scary. This is not the life that I wanted for you. I wanted one more job, and then we would be done, and then you and I could run off into the sunset, and we could have our life together. That was all I wanted. I wanted to get away from Buford. Buford never understood me. Not the way you have. And she leans down. Well, I should say she leans up because she was squatting. So she kind of like pulls herself up to plant a very soft kiss on Temperance's forehead. And it's because Temperance isn't going to see this. The moment her lips touch Temperance's forehead, she looks at Johnny. And I imagine it's like a blink once for yes and twice for no kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And she blinks once. And then she kind of tilts Temperance's head back and presses a kiss to her lips. Now, I'm going to go to the chest and I'm going to get you something. It'll explain everything.
So to clarify real quick, that yes, that one blink for yes, was that to kill her?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Just checking. Sorry, continue. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh my God.
And
I think I just want to add in that, like, when you press your lips to hers, I think that is like what the Temperance needed, right? So there's that almost like that panicked hope, and she fervently presses back, obviously, with that unknowing, of course, what's in store for her moments.
And she steps away, and you watch her go, because this chest that she's talking about is in your guys' bedroom.
Oof.
And she goes into the bedroom because while yes, she told Johnny to kill Temperance, she doesn't want to see it.
Oh my God.
And I think as soon as I imagine like the camera kind of focuses on like the door closing, it kind of moves back to Johnny and he looks at you, Temperance, and he says, "It is a shame, Temperance. I always liked you, you know? You're a good woman. You're a good person, you know? I thought I could be a good person too, but you know what I realized? I can't be. Because I am," and he like thumbs back the barrel on the revolver. "I am addicted, you see, not to booze or women, to this feeling of having someone else's life in your hands, of being like the righteous wrath of God himself descended upon them. I cannot stop chasing that feeling. The thoughts, they do torment me so, Temperance. It don't matter how much I pray, how much I try to turn over a new leaf. Bam! And he just shoots her right in that moment.
Just before that, here's because I was trying to say it in the chat, but I didn't know when to jump in because I wanted you to be able to finish that monologue.
Mhm.
And then
my God.
just before you get a chance to pull the trigger, you
God.
pull the hammer back. Okay,
Mhm.
the gun still will go off, but I imagine it like in kind of like that Wes Anderson sort of comic
You
relief
see
situation.
Lydia in the bedroom hear the shot go off and goes
Yeah.
like and like bent
Yeah.
like hunch over like she
But-
feels sick.
So you hear a shot go off.
Oh my
but-
God.
It's because Buford came back to the house to try and regain his try to regain some respect from Lydia and try to regain, but then when he sees that Temperance is in trouble, the gunshot that you hear doesn't come from Johnny. The gunshot that you hear comes from Buford, as Buford has now attempted to shoot Johnny, and I don't think he tries to kill him. I just think he tries to spook him so that he
Shot
doesn't.
me in the ass.
Or
Shoots
shot
the
him in the
hand.
ass. Right?
Shot him in the
Shoots the hand that was holding
Yeah.
the gun.
It's like
Wow.
have y'all ever seen Shakiest Gun in the West with Don Knotts? Because that is the funniest thing in the world, man. So he takes this one gun and the 6 rounds go off and each bullet like pings around a room. Somehow he ends up killing like 5 people. He's like, I didn't mean to do that, but it's such a good moment, and I feel like Buford would be that kind of a guy that like this moment comes up, he sees someone, like he sees Temperance, who he just had a moment with probably earlier that evening, being in distress, and so of course he's going to step up and take care of that. So yeah, I think he would attempt to just either disarm you or shoot you in the leg or shoot you somewhere where you're not able to hurt her.
And I think in that
His
moment,
goal is not to kill you, I think.
Right.
I think in that moment too, like the shot comes, I think maybe seconds before, like when he was doing his monologue, that is when Temperance understood what was going on. And then the shot that is fired galvanizes her, and she looks up, sees you in the doorway, and immediately runs to you. And I think probably like gives you a hug because you just saved her life at this point. And then she hides behind you.
Fair. Totally fair. Oh my God.
I imagine Buford like hit Johnny in the shoulder, like his gun arm basically is like shit, and he kind of like stumbles a little bit, almost like falling out of the chair, but he catches himself and he pulls himself up as he kind of turns and he sees this. Mr. Bassett, you're kind of looks back at like the blood oozing down his shoulder. Not much of a shot, are you?
I wasn't trying to kill you. I was just trying to stop you from killing someone else. Now, you want to give me another shot? I'll sure as shit shoot it through your eyeballs.
Oh my God. Buford.
Okay. I imagine Temperance hears Buford's whistle. And her instant thought is, Jesus fucking Christ, this dude. So what she does is
So obsessed with me.
in the commotion, she grabs the shotgun from near the bed. I imagine she actually climbs out the window so she can get behind Buford. And you just hear that.
Oh my god.
Except that when you come around the corner to see,
racking?
when
Oh,
you
God.
come around the corner to see Buford, that's when you see Temperance is actually like
Behind him.
behind him, like she's behind him, holding on to him, as if like her life depended on it, because frankly, it probably does.
And this, if you'll allow me, this is where that goes. Because Lydia is very much of the belief that she doesn't get cheated on. She cheats on other people.
Oh.
So seeing Temperance,
That hurts so
seeing
bad.
Temperance hugging Buford, that's a hit at her ego. And this is a double barrel shotgun.
Oh my god.
And I imagine that she just
Pop, pop.
I think that the way that this goes is she looks at the two of them and she goes, I just wanted to save you from knowing. I loved you. I truly did. But if you're gonna pull this shit, I can't do this. And I think that's when she shoots the shotgun.
Oh
Jesus
my
Christ.
god.
I mean, we're dead, right? Like, we're dead.
Fucking
We're dead.
double-barreled shotgun to the back. Holy
Back.
fuck. Mm.
They need
Well played.
Wow.
well, that
So-
ended badly for Temperance.
It's
Sanford.
isn't it
Wasn't even
Sarah's
my
scene?
scene though. It was
It's
Sarah's
Sarah's
scene.
scene.
Right. It was
I mean,
Sarah's- so
I
it
think
ended
that
well for
ended
Sarah.
really well
Sarah-
for Sarah.
Yeah.
Sarah was resolving, so she gets to
Yeah,
choose
she
how
gets to
it ended
decide.
for Lydia.
Yeah, is there more you wanted to add to this? Or are you thinking it ends
Yeah.
there?
Do you think it ends there? Are there last words?
Yeah, I think last words. Maybe we bury him and then it ends. Like, I don't fucking know. Like, bury him out back.
I want to hear last words.
Okay. Damn, I wasn't expecting to do last words before the frickin' tilt.
I know.
That's the sad part. Is like,
I love you.
here's the thing. Yeah, no, that works. That works. It's hard to do with gunshots because you feel like, but you're like point blank right at the doorway, so it's
Oof.
hard
I'm
to be like
point blank on Temperance.
on Temperance. Yeah. So
I mean, I'm still
imagine-
pretty close to you, but
So an alternative,
Okay, no.
an is we end the scene there without a resolution.
Without the resolution
could be.
of the gunshot, yeah, and see where
Give
it
you
goes.
guys more
And-
time.
Well, I mean, we just figure out where it makes sense in the story to go whenever it comes to, a scene
love
with
that.
Kaeryn and Chad's characters.
I love
Does it
that.
make
Yeah.
sense that they survived? Does it make sense that they died? Do they play the rest of the game via flashback?
Mhm.
It's entirely possible. Like, I've done
Yeah.
that before, and it's pretty cool. But
I have as well.
I have a
That's
great
worth it.
idea for what's coming next. And it's my turn next.
It is your
It is
turn
your
next.
turn
It is Karen's turn
It
next.
is your turn next. That
So,
was
does
perfect,
that-
though. I loved the level of intensity and and just stacked on stacked,
Yeah.
on stacked layer after layer after layer. It was like
That was
So
good.
It was like
bad.
a trauma parfait. A trauma parfait. I just
Nom,
wanted
nom,
to
nom,
dig
nom,
in
nom,
and
nom,
shoot
nom.
it all. It was great. Thank you.
Damn it.
Well, so wait, so yeah,
So
who
we
gets
end,
the-
we end with the shotgun blast to
Mhm.
the back of
Yes.
Temperance. So,
Perfect. Okay.
Sarah, how did that go for you?
Yeah. What do you think?
I mean,
How do you feel about killing?
Yeah.
how do
Is
I
that-
feel
is that
about
a-
killing
feel?
now?
White die or a black die?
It's the God moment.
Dude,
God.
show me my own dick. Like, fuck.
Aw.
Show me my own dick.
That was
So,
incredible.
I mean, in the end, worked out maybe.
Yeah, kinda. I guess it depends on how much Lydia like really cared about Temperance. Like I get she didn't really give a shit about Buford, but how much did she really love Temperance? Like potentially her wife is
Was
if
Temperance just a means to an end?
yeah. She's
Mm.
potentially brutally wounded, if not dead, potentially.
I am going to call this a black die just because she did care about Temperance.
Yeah.
And a
Mhm.
Yeah.
small part of her
Alright.
still cares about Buford.
I think that
It's
makes
a
total
little
sense.
tiny.
Just a titty bit.
It's about the size of a soybean. That's what it is. It's
Yep.
a little lima bean. That's about as
A little
much.
soy. Dude, it's a soybean because lima beans are
Soybean.
bigger than soybeans.
Yeah. I don't even get a lima bean worth of.
Does she know your legumes?
You are
Uh,
legume.
You're a
So,
lentil,
Sarah, you
sir.
have-
You're a lentil.
Earned a black die, but you get to decide where that falls. Where do you want to drop
I'm gonna give it to Chad.
it? All right.
Yep. I figured as
Got
much.
one of
I
each
love
now,
you.
Chad.
I love
No
you too.
good
It's
deed
all
goes
good.
unpunished.
I'm just over
Wow.
here trying to be
Now
the
Kaeryn is
actual
forced into a
gospel man.
choice.
All your
Mhm.
deeds are punished.
She loves
It's
she
Fiasco.
loves having
It's
choices
Fiasco.
placed on her shoulders too.
Oh yes. Kaeryn always decides first and never last.
It is your turn, Kaeryn. Would you like to establish or would you like to resolve?
I want to establish.
All right, hell yeah.
Yeah.
What you got?
So I want this to happen a few hours later.
Okay.
A few hours later.
A few hours later.
Later.
That was really good, Jason.
I know he's really, really good at that.
I watched too many SpongeBob episodes as a kid. Anyway,
I want so we're still at the scene will still be at Temperance and Lydia's house. However,
Hmm.
darkness has fallen. I think so. After shooting, Lydia just kind of left. So there's two bodies on the porch stoop or wherever you call it, the entrance to the house. Still entwined, still lying there. Who knows where Lydia and Johnny have fucked off to. But so the scene is going to be there's Buford and there's Temperance on the porch of Temperance's house. And if you will, I'll just start it. We see that these two bodies lying, there's blood kind of pooling a little bit, but not as much as you would have thought for the shot that would have happened. And then we see kind of a twitch of the body that's on top, which would be Temperance, excuse me. And we hear a groan as maybe consciousness is now finally coming back to these two people. They are hurt because close range, a little bit of like there's like the powder burns, a little bit of debris, etc. Except
Stipple.
that, yeah, there's what we see is that we notice that they're as we come sorry, words are hard. As Temperance comes back to like consciousness, and we kind of pan in, we see that most of the shot was stopped by this very like extremely tight leather corset that she had been wearing and took a brunt of the damage. And so while they're still got the residuals of other things and they are hurt, they are alive. And I think Temperance just kind of rarely gets up to her feet and she reaches down to help pull Buford up. I don't think we have long. I think we need to leave.
Yeah, I imagine so.
I did.
You took a bullet for me, darling. You didn't have to.
I didn't think she'd shoot us.
you see him like just looking at the blood coming from you and coming from him, and he gingerly gets up. He tears in his eyes, because also this is the first time I think in a long while that like another woman outside of Lydia has actually like cared about him, like legitimately like cared about him. He's been like under the radar for this long, and I say I repay your kindness. If I get back to health, which I swear I'm gonna get you back to health, and we're gonna be okay. And oh God.
And I think she just reaches up and she kind of puts her finger across your lips like the shh. And she turns and she kind of like grabs your arm to kind of move you. Let's move you. We need to get away, kind of thing. And she turns to you, she's like, what took you so long? I wrote you 3 months ago. Oh,
You did?
yeah.
And then he's recalling a random letter that was sent to him, and puts 2 and 2 together as to why the telegram came, like why all the things happened, why he was supposed to be here, why he even got a word that the divorce had happened. And it's such a beautiful thing. And then his resolution to get justice hits. And he looks at her and he goes, Miss Temperance, I ain't known you long, ma'am. Please forgive me for what might sound like indecency, but I would very much, once we're healed and all, very much like to get to know you. And I'd like to, if she don't want us, well, maybe we can want each other.
That might be just something I'm looking for. But I think we should go before they come back.
Yeah, I agree. Should we tell the sheriff?
We should absolutely tell the sheriff. He needs to know what his deputy is up to.
Yeah. And I think that the two of them, like, you watch as she carries him, but then as valiantly as his male ego is to be, right? At a certain point, he goes, no, don't, you can't carry me. I'll carry you. And then like there's this moment where they shift, where he is the one like carrying her to safety, and then they get to the doctor, the local doctor of the medical center, and there's like that moment.
Yeah, and I think
healed up.
as soon that moment happens and we see that shift, and it's definitely Temperance doesn't resist you taking that kind of control, and in fact, like she does lean into you and leans towards you as you walk, as we walk towards the doctors.
Yeah. And I think that's perfect, because like we have somehow survived this onslaught.
I love this.
And where it's going. And now we are resolved to earn that respect of that no good son bitch.
To get respect.
We
Let's
don't get respect
go.
for the love of our lives. You know
There
what I'm
you
saying?
go.
Love it.
That is
my
so
fucking
bad.
Brava.
Holy shit.
wait for the
Nicely
baby to
done,
die
Kaeryn.
in
Wow.
Yep.
Kaeryn,
Yep.
Kaeryn.
The scene started with a shotgun blast to the back, but I gotta go white die to Kaeryn. That's
Yeah.
110%.
I would
110%.
absolutely agree. Okay,
Shit.
let's see.
God, that was good.
That
The
was
webs,
so
they're
good.
exploding.
The webs, they're exploding dramatically, dude. That was so funny.
All right, Kaeryn.
Oh, I gotta follow that.
Where
I
do
wish you
you
could have
want-
heard the scream
That's
I
my
scrumped.
feeling all the time.
Scrum.
I think. I want a screenshot of when. I thought when did I sent it 3 weeks ago? Oh
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say,
God.
Jacuz.
Blown away.
So good.
Dude,
Um,
Kaeryn, as usual, man. Swing
Karen's a sniper. You know, she's got like these role play modes. She's like,
She
pew,
waits,
oh shit,
and then
yeah.
boom, one done. One shot,
Kaeryn.
one kill.
Truly.
Kaeryn in the tall grass.
Kaeryn of the tall grass. Where do you want
Kaeryn of the
to
tall
send
grass.
this
Yeah.
white
I-
die?
I think I'm going to send it to Jason
All right.
because
For being such a bastard.
Johnny started all this.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
he
he
absolutely
Not
did.
wrong.
He
But
pushed the
Temperance,
first domino.
Temperance just started looking in places she should not have.
Mhm.
Hell.
Should not have. How many syllables can I cram into that word?
So many.
Have.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah.
That brings us to Chadley then. Chadley, do you want to establish or do you want to resolve?
Ooh, I was gonna establish, and then Kaeryn dropped that level of a bomb on me, and now all the things that I had prepared in my brain went to mush. So I will honor to resolve and then follow up with whatever y'all want to see.
I have an
that
idea.
works. Mhm.
So, Chad, during the break, you were agonizing over how to work our relationship in.
Yeah.
What if Buford? What if
before the end of Act
this?
1.
What if this sets Buford out to get a little revenge via I don't know, a tonic of some sort for Miss Lydia,
Yeah, I'm down.
or something like that.
I'm down with that. I love that.
I like that. I think also let's add to it that
Please.
maybe he's come to you at this moment as well because we do need healing, and so you're here.
Oh,
Not only
yeah.
we-
Mm.
Also
healing tonic,
healing
but-
tonics and,
Medicines.
Getting all the
Perfect. Perfect.
Mhm.
Okay.
medicine.
So, like, does this
Medicine.
town have like a shiftless, kind of shitty doctor that nobody
Yeah,
really trusts?
100%.
And I just happen to be in
Old
town.
sawbones.
A complete fraud of a doctor.
Just a
Like-
douchebag. You're trusting the snake oil salesman more than the doctor.
Right.
That's
Exactly.
perfect.
The
That is
doctor's more
classic,
likely to like cut off your limb rather than help you
classic
stitch it up.
abandon.
Yep.
Classic
Okay.
abandon.
Plastered,
Everybody in the
like-
town has like
21 out of the 24 hours of the day, he's just like hammered, shit-faced
Just
drunk.
hey
shit-faced.
there, you want to get a limb cut
Yeah,
off?
right.
All right, well,
He's
do it.
drinking his own laudanum.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
right.
there you
Oh,
go.
100%.
How Deadwood of you.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
I love
So,
it.
I love it.
yeah, I don't know where you want to
So
find
actually,
me.
I was thinking, and I think I don't know if it aligns with the timeline, and maybe it doesn't, but hear me out, okay? Hear me out.
I'm ready.
You guys were at the local tavern earlier in the
Mhm.
day, probably in the evening. I know what
Oh,
the
yes.
sheriff looks like. We already talked about going and seeing the sheriff. So it
Mhm.
just so happens that maybe outside of going to the doctor, we go to the local tavern to get a
Mhm.
drink. And I just so happen to see the sheriff there, as well as you, which I don't know that you're the purveyor of the new cart in town, but I can put two and two together in a
Do we
minute.
kind of and we
So-
are twins, so I imagine
Yeah.
even though we're different genders, we do kind of look alike.
Right, you guys.
Well,
kinda
how
look similar.
how about this?
Yeah.
We know we've already established that Annabelle is staying at the sheriff's house.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yes.
That's
What if we are having dinner, or whatever, at the sheriff's house, and you guys have come there?
Show up there
Yeah.
at your house. Yeah.
so. Yeah, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Perfect.
Chad,
So-
it is your scene, so take us
There
away.
is a rap at the door, and then there's a long pause. Like again, I refer back to like Wes Anderson and like the very Coen brothers long pauses of like the comedic references that they usually do,
Oh yeah.
where it's like no one's answering after that first knock.
Right.
I'm sure they just can't hear it. It's all right. We'll get them.
And I think maybe you're knocking just like you're like everything else. You're doing it softly.
Yeah,
I
because
think
he's a soft-wristed
Yes.
man.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I think Temperance just kind of reaches around you as well and just bang, bang, bang on the door.
And I think inside, Annabelle, like her instinct is to like reach across her body for her revolver. I'm like, do you get me to guess?
I think Cullen's is probably similar. He's reached down and like grabbed the butt of his gun as well.
Not typically. At least not this time of night. Who is it?
Kind of looks over to Temperance.
Sheriff, it's me, Temperance.
Uh,
And then
sir,
she hesitates to say
Yeah.
Carlisle, and I think she uses her maiden name that you would know
Mhm.
from this town, Jones.
Jones.
He kind of
And,
relaxes, takes his hand off his gun, and heads to the door to open it.
Yeah, I think we just fall
Yeah.
into the room.
You look at these two, I would say not entirely
shit.
disheveled. You
But
know,
pretty
like
much.
pretty much. I mean, we've been patched
Holy
up by the
shit.
but
Is that buckshot?
yeah.
Fuck, it looks like it.
I'm sorry to step in on your dinner like this, but and just very deadpan as much as he can. We would like to report an attempted murder.
Fuck
Someone-
me.
Someone leveled a scattergun at you?
To be honest, Sheriff, it's a little bit more complicated than that. And she kind of like grunts a little bit in pain as Lydia
Come
shot
in.
me. But before that, and I think you need to know this, Deputy Valda pulled a gun on me and was holding me hostage.
Holy shit. Neither of you move. I'll be right back. And I run out to my cart, and there's glass bottles tinkling and
Clink, 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 clink.
clink 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 clink. And in the dark, it's hard to see. I think she has like a lantern held up. And
For sure. And it's like that close-in camera that looks at all the labels. And
yeah.
stuff.
And I think also like Annabelle is like she was very much like in costume when she rolled into town. She is just like in a button up and like pants at this time. And so she's like very much more just plain clothes. And she would grab 3 bottles off of the same shelf and then 2 off of another, and then underneath, like on another shelf, she reaches in and she comes out with bandages, and she like runs back inside.
I think whenever
And I imagine-
whenever you mentioned that the deputy was involved, there's a pretty like noticeable shift in like the stance of Cullen. He kind of shifts the weight to the other foot, and he kind of hooks his thumb like under his belt, and he's just kind of standing there.
You say Johnny drew down on you.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir. He drew down on Miss Temperance here, and then I came in and I saw this man accosting her, and well, I couldn't let that stand. I couldn't let an innocent woman be hurt on my watch, so I took matters into my own hands and I shot the gentleman in the arm, and well, here we are.
He looks stunned.
You shot Johnny Valda.
Yeah, I done shot him. Why is that?
Can you
surprising
still
me?
draw breath?
He kind of looks at Temperance. Am I speaking to empty air? Yeah, I shot him.
To be fair, they I think they thought we were dead after Lydia shot me.
It is an absolutely God-blessed miracle.
I
This
mean,
ain't-
I have never loved these things. And she kind of adjusts the corset. But today I'm grateful.
You two are the luckiest people I've ever met in my life.
He looks to you, Cullen. He goes, "This blessed angel," and he kind of like wraps Temperance's hands I was this close to meeting the god upstairs, you know?
I'm standing there with a bunch of bottles and shit. I'm like,
Oh,
all right, Galahad.
Sorry.
And I turn a chair around, and I tell him to sit with like his chest against the back of this chair. And I just like slice his shirt down the back, and I like open it up, and I'm looking at his back, and I'm like, Colin, I need a couple of rags.
Oh, shit, I'll see what I can drum up.
Miss Temperance, you just lay there. I'll be with you in just a second. And I pour Buford even before Colin brings rags. I pour something on your back, and it burns for like a second, but it is peroxide, which is a thing.
Oh, it's peroxide. Okay, I was about to say whiskey, just straight.
No,
whiskey.
God, no. Oh, I might give you whiskey, but to drink, because this whole thing is gonna sting a little bit. And I have tweezers, and I start picking shit out of your back.
Oh, picking the buck out of the back. Oh, damn. Okay.
And I'm holding the lantern up really close, and I'm just like picking it.
Oh.
And I am holding Buford's hand because he is in pain and probably squeezing life out of it, but she's not going to wince or anything. But yeah.
And I'm just kind of like working on you, and as I'm doing my thing, and I'm just like, well, what the hell did y'all say to set him off anyway?
Well, fuck. Okay. Well,
the profanity is just a little bit too much for me, Mr. Bassett. And I kind of look at Cullen as I like poke a little bit.
Sorry.
Cullen's he's got his arms crossed across his chest, and he's just shaking his head.
This poor man, and she's kind of like, pats his hand that's gripping hers real tight. He just found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. I am very grateful he did, or I would not be sitting here talking to you today.
There's a snake in our house. That's for damn sure.
It's all very heroic. Arms up. And Annabelle like pulls your elbows up above your head, and she starts like wrapping a bandage around your chest. And then she's like, all right there, hero, you're all set. And she kind of gives your back like a little light whack, so you get out of the chair and be like, next up, Miss Temperance.
And then he'll swap with Temperance and take the position of being the support for her as well. And he says, look, I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I just, right place, right time, and well,
now listen,
she was the right place and the right time too.
I've worked with Johnny Valda for years. He's a dangerous man, but he doesn't just go off the handle for nothing.
Sir, I saw him have a gun to the back of that woman's head.
On Temperance?
Yeah.
Why would he draw down on Temperance? What reason could you possibly have given him to pull his gun on you, Miss Temperance?
I don't know, Sheriff. I was confronting Lydia about a box of...
A box of what?
Well, a box of dynamite. That's weeping glycerin.
He pulls his hat back.
A box of...
You
dynamite?
feel a slip in Annabelle's... I'm sorry. It's what?
Exactly. That was my reaction too. And I turn around to see Lydia, and I mean, Deputy Valda was with her, and I didn't understand what was going on between the two of them. It was a little bit odd to me, but while I was confronting Lydia and asking her questions about why on earth there's a loaded crate of dynamite in our shed,
okay, honey,
he pulled a gun on me and told me to go into the house, and that Lydia would tell me all about it. And frankly, from that point, my brain is a little bit mush, but I remember her saying something about a last job, and then we would ride out in the sunset, and then she kissed me, and then she went into the back room, and then Buford shot Deputy Valda, and that's when I saw the gun. that was meant to shoot me.
Okay, arms up.
One last job, huh? That's what he said?
Yeah, that's what Lydia said. Yeah,
Riding
I
off into
did-
the sunset.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
That's
trust this woman.
very interesting.
Well, Sheriff, it seems like you have a couple of snakes in your midst.
Seems like it. Might just have to pay a visit to my deputy.
Hey,
I
kind of
step
looks,
outside. I'm like,
yeah.
I'm gonna go outside and have a smoke.
and I think that's when Buford would actually follow you outside.
Mhm.
After a moment, after a beat,
Sure.
you're probably smoking a cigarette,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Temperance is going to stay inside, probably
Yeah.
answering more questions for.
answering more questions for
Mhm.
answering more questions for Cullen. Yeah, and I think that this is when you hear Buford go, "Ma'am, if I might ask, I've never been really good at this sort of thing, but an attempt
What
on your
sort of
life,
thing?
Sort of bubbles up a sense of wrath and retribution that the Lord tells us that we should not cave into, but there's a part of me that would like very much so to cave in to that wrath and retribution part of myself."
I think Annabelle looks back at you with such like a weathered stare, and you see, because you're standing close to her and there's a lantern hung up right here.
Mm-hmm.
There's like little scars on her face in a lot of different places, like that maybe came from fights or getting into a scrape or this righteous retribution that you're thinking of. And she just
Mhm.
kind of is like, you don't say.
Yeah, I got it inside me and I can feel it now because I got somebody who actually seems to care about me, and I would very much like to protect that. So, if and you might, I see you got a whole cart full of knickknacks and paddywhacks and all sorts of things.
I do.
If and there might be a way that I might be able to turn the tide against them, I would very much like to have something up my sleeve next time we see them, so that, well, that they get what they deserve, you know? They betrayed our love, and they betrayed us, and by gum, I ain't gonna stand for it.
Well, and there is that whole trying to kill you thing.
Yeah, and the trying to kill us thing. That's uncalled for, unconscionable. Can't do it. Won't do it.
Downright unpolite.
It is. It's absolutely unpolite to draw down on your fellow man.
Well, that I can't help with. Step into my office.
Will do.
And I think I lead Buford around to the back side of my wagon where it is parked. And there is a little compartment that I did not have open before. When I opened it up for the rest of the town, there is a compartment that's like right under the buckboard. And in this compartment, you see, that like brown glass that like peroxide used to come in and old medicines used to come in. There are several bottles of that are brown glass. And I just said, are you the kind of man that likes to do your business at a distance, or you like it up close? Or do you not even want to be in the room?
Ooh, that's a good point. You know, I think I'm a pretty decent shot. I do. considering I shot Johnny Valda, and apparently that's some sort of a miracle.
I wouldn't know nothing about that. And I would reach in and I would kind of like with the lantern, I would get up close again and I would look. And these bottles are labeled. You would notice that they're labeled in like, it's not in like words. It's in like a series of like X's.
Like the
and
level of
blanks.
glyphs are
Kind
like
of,
how bad it is.
yeah. Like if she ever got caught with any of this shit, she doesn't want to. She can, play it off like she doesn't know what it is, or like, this is not like labeled poison for Cusco. Cusco's poison. And so, so she finds the one that she's looking for, and this is actually one that has like. Most of these have a lid that come to like a bevel with a cork. This one comes straight up and there's like a wide cork in it. And it's about the size around like of a Coke can. And she would hand it to you and she would be like, all right, I ain't going to tell you what this is called, but I am going to tell you that it does do the job. What you need to do, you need to take about, 8 or 10 bullets. You need to put them in here, shake it up good. Soak them up overnight. Let it sit. Pull them out. Let it sit for another couple of hours. Let them dry. And that shit will stick to the surface. And when it hits its mark, it'll do the job. No matter where you hit a man.
He just looks at this jar and then goes through the process of what you just explained. And the only thing that came to my mind and his mind is, pickled bullets? Oh, all right. Well, that sounds like a plan. I do that. I don't know what they're going to be pickled with, but I mean, if it'll do the job, I'll do it.
And I'm still holding on to this jar. I'm like, it'll be $10.
You see, for the first time, because no one's allowed him to be the highfalutin that he is. No one's allowed that. And you see for the first time, he actually pulls out a billfold that has like a fairly large amount of money.
Did I say 10? Yeah.
Well, look, on account of the fact that you did all that for me and Tempe back there.
I said
you
10.
Did.
I said 10.
Yeah, you said 10, but I ain't going to just let you get off like that. No, you need more than that.
Well, I do appreciate it, I suppose.
No, you need more than that. So, and you see that you get like a full double your money, and he pulls a 20. He's like, you get a crisp.
Take off your hat, son. That's a dollar bill. Sorry. Yep.
He just,
holy shit.
Just, there you go. Consider that all the services paid and rendered, and
yeah, hell yeah. Well,
listen, if all this swears out, and you ever need if this ain't working for you, if you ever need a job, we might need you over at Bassett Ballistics. I think, baby, you might be a good asset to us if you don't mind.
No. I like to do business and shit that don't blow up, Mr. Bassett, but thank you very much.
Well,
thanks all the same.
You're welcome. You deserve it. Now, I'm gonna see how this works, and hopefully you and I get what we deserve, right?
Oh, I'm very sure I'm gonna get what I deserve.
And if
we all get what we deserve in the end.
Amen to that. If you need anything, you holler and I'll help you.
And I kind of nod and I wait for him to go back into the house. And as soon as he like exits my line of vision, I'm like, Jesus Christ. And I like flick out the cigarette and I light up another one and I take a shot off of a fucking flask.
I love that I have created both the most lovable and the most absolutely annoying character that
He's
has ever
precious
been
and
in.
I love him.
I
He is-
also
he is
imagine
the most
maybe
jarring.
if I could add on, Cari,
Yeah, please.
you open yet another compartment and pull out another one of those jars from like a collection of them and replace the
Yes.
one that you were like that you showed
Yeah,
him.
right. Oh yeah. Like I reach underneath the wagon and you hear like knock,
Clank, clank,
knock,
clank.
knock, poosh, and you hear like a compartment come out. I'm like, okay, yes,
a-
because this is all very
like a
much
cart
about
ven-
spectacle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fucking cart
You get the
vending
one
machine
that I
over here.
have.
Yes. This is very special.
I love
Yeah.
I love that it's like knock twice for soda pop, and it's just like here's a whole crate of them.
Yep. Very exclusive.
Beautiful.
I love it.
Okay, so
well done. Okay.
yeah, we established. So Chad, you get to resolve.
Oh yes.
How do you think that went for Buford?
I imagine that actually went pretty dang well for Buford.
Yep.
Buford
I
got
agree.
healed up, and he got a tonic for death.
He got death tonic. He got
you
he got
informed
poison.
the sheriff, and you got your method of possible revenge.
And he
Method
came
of
up with a new
madness.
swear. My
Yep.
pickled bullets.
My pickled bullets.
Right in the pickled bullets.
as he's making this adorable realization, I love that Annabelle's like, yeah, whatever.
Okay, Chad, where do you want to send that white die?
You know, I would like to send that white die over to Kaeryn, because like
Yep.
Perfect.
he wouldn't be here.
My
if
love.
It wasn't her idea to save him. So yeah, 100%.
Love it. All right. Brings us to Cari's turn. Cari, do you want to establish or do you want to resolve?
I established last time, so
Mhm.
in interest of being fair, I will resolve this time.
Okay. So, rest o' the gang. What are we thinking? What do we want to see for old Annabelle here?
Be a conversation between her and Cullen. You know what I mean? Kind of
Yeah.
like war
Yeah.
planning, kind of.
Sure,
You know what I
yeah.
mean?
As soon as these two
like
lovebirds
after
fucking
those two
skedaddle.
leave.
Yeah. Just like,
Mhm.
hey, what the fuck is going
That's
on? Your
perfect,
sheriff
'cause-
almost killed someone. Like,
Okay.
what the fuck is happening?
Now-
yeah.
now-
We need
'cause
to
you've got
recenter
that,
ourselves.
Plus,
Yeah.
you've got that now. Plus, you're also making the plan to go after this silver.
The silver.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That also has to sort of like start congealing and
Oh,
how
yeah.
that
Mhm.
works. So I
Okay.
love the idea of like setting that up before we get to the tilt. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
Okay, that works for me.
Okay.
So, Cari, your scene.
Yep. So I imagine Annabelle cannot handle any more of this fucking anxiety. So she kind of stands out there smoking, maybe not even smoking the entire time, just being away from this whole chaos until these two lovebirds finally fucking leave. And then she would go back in and just be like, well, this is nothing if not a town of law and order, brother.
It's the end of the fucking earth. Every little shithead that's crawled out here to die ends up in this washed out place.
How poetic.
Well, as you said, here we are.
He reaches underneath the table and like a small like stool that opens almost like a piano stool, and he pulls out the paper. It has the map that Annabelle brought, and like an actual like drawn map of the area to the best that it has been
nice,
recorded.
like a surveyor's map.
And they kind of like slide the plates and stuff of dinner over to put them back on the table as if like they had been having this conversation before it was interrupted
Yes,
by
yes,
their
yes,
arrival.
Yes, You're like, so you think you know where this thing is?
I do. Now, I imagine that whatever bullshit it is that Johnny Valda's getting himself up to might be tied into the fact that I may have mentioned there was a gold-laden train coming through the area.
Christ, Cole.
He's got a hard on for robbing trains that I can't even explain to you.
I knew you didn't seem as excited as you should when I mentioned to you about Daddy's silver claim.
Listen, I'm excited.
Shit, my eyes lit up when I saw that. This could be the end of all this traveling and lying and fighting and nearly getting fucking executed.
Well,
I
it's
told
funny
you,
that
and you were just like, "Oh,
it's funny that you mentioned lying, because there ain't no gold train.
you sneaky bastard."
I'm sending Jolly Bald out in the middle of fucking nowhere so that he doesn't come sniffing around when you and I dig that silver up out of the dirt.
Now, what about when he decides and figures out that there is no train? You don't think he's going to come back all kinds of pissed?
Well, sounds like Daddy wanted you and me to find someplace where we'd be comfortable. I don't believe that abandon is really comfortable.
I'd say not.
Especially not whenever both of our pockets are lined in silver.
Yeah. Hell, we could find a place out west. I hear they're staking land out there. Yeah, that's a hell of an idea.
You'll have to take the fucking E off of your wagon, though.
Listen, I put the E on there because it's fancy and people trust fancy in my business.
There ain't nothing fancy
no
about
insult.
being a cook.
Ain't no insult to you being a no E cook. I just tweaked it a little, fancified.
Trying to get
But
away
I'll
from
paint
all the
over
lying.
it if it'll make you happy.
Yeah. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Johnny Valda is not a man to cross easily.
He seems like a sneaky little bitch to me, shooting a woman and a boy toy in the back.
Well, that wasn't him. According to the dandy, that was Lydia. Lydia Carlisle is a whole nother beast. She's the one you don't see coming.
And I kind of look at Cullen and I get very serious. I'm like, you ain't afraid of a woman, are you?
Hell yes, I am. I'm afraid of that woman.
Well, I ain't never met a woman or a man in my life that I'm afraid of. I'll tell you that right now. So I'll just have to be brave enough for the both of us.
He kind of leans over on the table, like right over the map, kind of like making sure that she looks at him. And again, Cullen Cook he's not a man that's molded from clay. Like, he was a man that was eroded out of stone by the sand and the rain and the wind out here in the desert. He is sandpaper made personified. He looks at you dead in the eye and he says,
smirking.
Valda has at least 3 dozen under his belt that I know of. When I say he's not a man to be crossed, I mean it. You don't want to be scared of him? That's fine, but you best damn sure not underestimate him. And that woman...
Oh yeah, go ahead.
That woman he is taken under his wing. He's taught her everything he knows, and he's fucking scared of her.
And I would take a big draw off my cigarette, and there's nothing left. And I just kind of like smash it out on a corner of the table. It's not even in an ashtray. This is just a shitty freaking table. You can see gaps in it. And I think Annabelle leans forward. And you two see what Buford saw a moment ago. Like you haven't seen her in many years. Maybe, I don't know, 5-ish years, something like that. And she looks pretty significantly older. Not necessarily because she's getting like wrinkles yet or anything like that, but just there's an agedness about her aura. And you see these same little like scars in various places on her face. And you see that rope scar again, that burn. And she leans forward and she says, "Don't talk to me like you're my daddy. You are not the only one who has seen and experienced life and has seen the very best and the very worst that this West has to offer. People like Johnny Valda and his lady friend, what's-her-face, they thrive on people being afraid of them. I'm not going to underestimate anybody because I'm not fucking stupid. But I ain't going to be afraid of them either. No matter how smart you think it is. Your fear." And I kind of lean back and I take my whiskey off the table again and I take a sip.
Suit yourself, Birdie. Suit yourself. I'm just telling you, when push comes to shove, we gotta bury those people deep.
And
And then we gotta get out of here.
I nod and I stand up and I come like around the table and I come around your back and I pat you on the shoulder. And I would just be, we'll bury him deep. And then I flick you in the back of the ear. And I say, "Quit calling me Birdie." And I walk back into maybe the other room, the only other room in this tiny little shack. And that is where I'm gonna sleep for the night, I think.
Perfect.
Amazing.
Holy shit! These are all so good. Ah,
It's some good shit.
The spice
Some good
is
shit.
Pretty good shit.
spice
the
is
pretty good
spice.
shit. Very spicy.
Okay,
I
so
love
Cari,
this.
you let us
So-
establish. So
Yes.
you resolve.
I'm gonna resolve. I honestly, I think Annabelle's fucking punching above her weight class a little bit. I think it's probably a black die for me.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
And-
i-
Yeah, go
she's
ahead,
talking
please.
a big game right now, but I don't know if she can back it up. We'll see.
Absolutely. Okay. Where do you want to send it?
And I will give that black die to Johnny Valda's lady friend, Miss Lydia.
Here we go.
Oh
okay.
no.
I love how
refuse
my
to say your
child is
name.
dancing in the background.
Amazing. Great.
Dance,
Love it.
magic, dance.
Dance,
Yeah.
dance.
I love it.
Perfect.
I love it.
Okay. Is it my turn?
It is your turn.
It is
It's
your
your
turn.
turn.
It is your turn.
I
love
resolved
you.
last
I love
time,
you too.
so I think I'm going to establish this time.
Nice.
I don't want to go to the claim yet because that feels like Act 2. That's got to be Act 2.
Go there
Yeah.
right now.
Sure, absolutely, yeah.
I think I want to establish a flashback scene
Nice. Okay.
with Johnny Valda
Mhm.
Yes.
and see how exactly it came to be that I was brought into the arrangement that you have with Lydia.
Yeah.
I can dig that. Where do you
Yeah.
How
think
we
it would
can-
take place?
Yeah. The jailhouse.
Ooh,
Yes.
nice. I like that.
Like in like the middle of the night.
Mhm.
It's slow as hell in abandon. We're playing checkers or chess or something, and we've got a bottle out,
Mhm.
and we're just kind of whiling the time away.
I think you got me pinned here, Sheriff. Don't see a viable move for me on this board. Kind of takes a sip of whatever it is we're drinking. I imagine it's probably more whiskey. You're a damn fine hand at checkers.
Well, My pappy taught me how before I could really walk and talk, and always had a hankering for it.
Yeah, my pappy taught me, guess a different sort of lesson, but it's neither here nor there. Kind of looks around the jailhouse, like the empty cells. Maybe there's like a, just because why not? There's like a distant like howl of a wolf or a coyote from outside.
You're a hard man, Johnny Valda.
Yeah, you seem like you are too. Got that
I know.
iron in you.
It's the kind of folk that make it out here. You gotta be that way.
It's savage out here. It's cruel. Good people, soft people, kind people. They don't tend to last long. That's why when I'm out amongst the town folk, I try to give them a smile, tip of the hat, try to help them with their woes, as we must do being lawmen and all that. I've seen you do the same, though I think I saw a few kids hiding and running away when they saw you coming, especially that smile. It's a little grisly, you know what I mean?
It ain't my fault I ain't got my teeth.
Yeah, I know. He takes it like a longer drink of the whiskey and sets it down.
It's interesting, though. You and I have rode together for a little while, and we've been in a couple of scrapes. I've seen you whenever the fire is lit under your ass, and you gotta think fast. You got a killer's instinct.
Is that a bad thing, Sheriff? Sometimes it's
Not
what you got to
saying
do
it
out
is.
here.
No, I'm not saying it's neither here nor there. Just something I noticed. There are some men who are killers, and there are some who ain't. You're a killer.
I think he actually kind of settles back and looks at you as you say that, kind of like reaches up or starts to reach up to the silver chain with the cross, but he kind of lets his hand drop. Yeah. I think you are too, Sheriff. I can see it in your eyes, in the way you carry yourself. You don't walk, you stalk. Like a wolf on the hunt, like a mountain cat come down from the hills. I have an idea. Well, to be honest, it is not my idea. Personally, I think it's a shitty idea. But I have been outvoted, as it were. He kind of drains the rest of his glass and he sets it down with like a very definitive thump on like the scarred and pitted wood of the table. You got a sister that travels a lot, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah. Getting herself into trouble everywhere she goes.
That could be expensive. Getting out of trouble. What's that wagon of hers called again? It's Cook's Curiosities, right?
Yeah. You know that she added an E to our name?
Cook? Good God, have mercy.
Apparently 4 letters was too short. Something.
They say that some people have a tendency to put on airs more than others, and although I've never had the pleasure of meeting your sister, she definitely seems like one of them types. Honestly, she should shorten it to Cook's Curios. I mean, half the people out in this, ass end of nowhere, they can't even say curiosities, let alone read it. I mean, half of them can't read, let's be honest.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I don't know. It's like two fruit that fell out of the same tree. One was an apple and the other one was an orange.
So does that make you the orange or the apple?
I don't fucking know. I look like an orange to you?
You're about as tough as one. Although I guess, once you get past the peel, an orange is pretty soft. But I don't think you're a soft man, Sheriff. I think you are a hard man. I think you are a cruel man. When you have to be. You don't go around doing indiscriminate things that would bring shame or stain upon your name. Without the E, of course.
You're just about as bad at getting to the point as you are at playing checkers, Johnny Valda.
You know, you aren't wrong. I'm hemming and hawing because, like I said, Sheriff, I think this is a bad idea. But I can tell when I have been surpassed. Lydia Carlisle and I have a business arrangement, have had one for quite some time. And we got more money than we know what to do with, but it would help if maybe, at least according to Lydia, we didn't have to hide so much. If we had someone like you perhaps, that could shield our activities, since they are somewhat, I guess you could call them nefarious. So she wants to rope you in. And of course, you get a cut of whatever it is we earn. She'll probably have to decide on the amount. She's very particular about her plans.
So, whatever it is that you are getting up to that is deep into your coffers
Mm-hmm.
ain't exactly legitimate.
I did say it wasn't nefarious.
And you're hoping that I'll turn a blind eye to it for a portion?
Yeah, something to that effect. I really wish that the verbose and well-spoken and ever so persuasive Miss Carlisle was the one doing this and not me, but when needs must.
How much we talking, Johnny?
Oh, he kind of looks around again. We robbed trains, Sheriff. All kinds of trains, weapon shipments. Think we got something from Bassett Ballistics not too long ago. And, money, of course, gold sometimes. But of course, people always need weapons. As far as exact numbers, that is a conversation you'll have to have with Lydia. It could happen tonight. She's in the brothel. It's basically her lair, you know?
He shakes his head, pours himself
where
another
the
glass.
The spider weaves her webs. He'll kind of push his glass over too so you could fill him up as well.
He does.
I knew your past was more checkered than this board was, Johnny Valda, but I had no idea you were that crooked.
I think he frowns at that and he says, the reason I didn't want to bring you into this, Sheriff, is because despite my past, I am trying to be a better man. But it is, God, it's difficult. I kind of stares off again, like he's looking almost through you, kind of like he was looking through Lydia earlier when he was talking about killing. There's just something that is kind of shifts his jaw. It's just a little broken, you know. And the only way that I can make it feel fixed for long enough to have a conversation with a decent man such as yourself is doing what I do. It ain't about the money for me.
Well, I ain't exactly gonna get to retire in this line of work without something else falling in my lap.
Hopefully not a bullet or two. That would be
Well,
unfortunate.
That also comes with the territory, I'm afraid. I'd like to get out before one of them finds me and stops me. I came close enough already, thank you very much.
And he pulls his bandana down and shows you this gnarly scar that reaches from like one ear all the way to the other across his neck and kind of like disrupts his stubble.
Do you mind if I ask how it happened, since we are talking so frankly?
There was a bar fight on the border. Young, stupid, running my mouth.
Oof.
Mouthed off to the wrong person. He took a fucking Bowie knife to my neck. Left me out back to die. Almost dead, too. Laid up for 3.5 weeks healing. No, that's why I talk the way I talk.
Mm,
My voice box got cut.
God damn. You're a hard son of a bitch, Sheriff.
Like I said, this place out here either makes you or it breaks you.
Yeah, that is true.
So, about this cut,
Oh,
I think we need to go talk to your friend.
Words I've been waiting to hear since you started kicking my ass at this damn game. And he just kind of stands up, downs all his whiskey, flips the cup over, and sets it down on the table. Let's go take a walk.
damn. Wow, boys. Holy shit. Great.
Okay.
You're resolving, right, Jeremy? Or did you? No, you established it was the
I
flashback.
Established. We
Yeah,
resolve.
so y'all resolve.
Ooh.
I feel like it could go either way, to be totally
So
honest.
I thought this
Yeah.
was, for some reason, I thought this was Jason's scene for Johnny.
Mm,
So I was
oh
like,
no,
oh,
not
Johnny,
yet.
no, I don't.
No.
So I was like, oh, Johnny totally got this one. He gets a white die. But if this was actually
Jeremy's
Cullen's
scene,
scene,
yeah.
you get a black die. I'm sorry, that went in Johnny's favor.
I think Johnny is just such a fucking schmoozer, man. I think
Yeah.
I think that unfortunately, like he is. Yeah, I think Cullen is he thinks he knows what Johnny's doing, but I think he's a couple steps behind.
No
Absolutely,
way.
I would
What?
agree with
Come
that.
on.
Say black die for Jeremy.
Okay.
I think that's fair. I think a black die.
Black die for me. I am going to send this one. I'm going to send it to Cari. You're the only other one
Oh,
without a
good.
second die. So.
Ooh.
Sarah and I are in the two black die club.
Two black die.
Two
Club.
black dice.
Okay. With that, we come to our last scene of Act 1. Jason,
Good shit.
do you want to establish or do you want to resolve?
Oh, I'm going to establish.
Okay. Take it away.
I think we start by seeing like the silhouettes of Johnny in the present standing next to Lydia, and they are looking at the farm where Lydia and Temperance lived, and it is on fire. It is burning. And I think we see that Johnny kind of like has a very familiar crate cradled under his arms, and there's two horses not too far away. And he looks down at Lydia and he says, "It's going to be a bit of a ride. Are you?" I think it's odd, Lydia. Like he actually, and it's so hard to tell. He actually sounds like he is slightly concerned. He's like, "Are you going to be all right for this? The men we're going to see." Kind of glances back in the direction of the sort of the sheriff's office station, whatever. Sheriff Cook thinks I've only got 3 dozen. I got me a nice fighting 50. But these are hard folk. So if they sense that you're not doing well, be like chum in the water. Are you sure you're good to do this, Lids?
I like to think that since she believes she killed Temperance, there's no longer bodies there. So she knows Temperance and Buford are probably alive.
Mm-hmm.
She knows now that they are a major liability. I think this is where, Johnny, you see that shift.
Oh, the God moment. This is the God moment, but it's way darker than we thought it would be.
I think
It's the elder
And
god moment.
Yes.
It's
the great old one God moment.
You just see, her entire being is lit up by the flames of this fire that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
And when she looks up at you, she has a smirk on her face that absolutely matches yours. I think I'll be fine.
He'll nod. and he starts to walk over to the horses, and I think he'll stop before mounting, and he'll say, maybe because there weren't no bodies, which means your former, current wife and that fucking asshole. He kind of like rolls his shoulder, which I imagine like Lydia has tried to like mend it as best she can, but it's still like sore as fuck.
Yeah.
Are still out there. So you didn't actually kill them, but he starts to kind of mount up, and I imagine like his horse was because why not? It's stereotypical as fuck, but I love it. Like this big, like black furred stallion. You know what I mean? And he kind of like climbs up onto it and kind of nods towards Lydia's horse. There's this moment when all the fight bleeds out of the person you're trying to kill. They stop struggling. Maybe they start pissing or shitting themselves. And you realize, Lydia Carlisle, that you hold their life in your hands. To them, you might as well be God himself, descended from on high. I have tried to forget the first time I felt that way, when I killed my drunken ass, abusive son of a bitch father when I was just a boy. But I have never been able to escape that moment when I put that wood-cutting axe right between his shoulder blades, so it wouldn't touch my mama ever again.
Oh.
I am haunted by that moment, Lydia Carlisle, and maybe you will be too. It's like I said 4 years ago, the strong must feed, the weak must be fed upon. Let's go meet some friends of mine. He'll kind of sink his heels into the side of his horse, and he'll start to kind of gallop off in that direction. Though he won't go too far. He'll obviously make sure that you're following, and he'll keep pace with you.
I imagine, and I'm going to describe my horse as well. She's this beautiful red roan, which is like this, it's got red, but then it's also like silvery, and just a beautiful horse. And as she's listening to Johnny, she gets up on her horse, and he's not going super fast.
Right.
He's like trying to keep pace with her. She looks at him and she goes, well, you might just have to fuck the sadness out of me. And that's when she bolts.
God damn.
Yeah, and
damn it.
he writes after, and I think like one more little part of this, and then if you all believe we can resolve it, then we can. I think we see this camp out in the wastes, and we see again like 50 desperados, banditos, men and women, all different nationalities. And I think we see Johnny sort of silhouetted by another fire, but this is a bonfire. And he's looking at these individuals, and he points to each of them. He says, Tom Cutting, Jenna Montague, Mordecai McPherson, Carl the Mountain, and Isaac Lazarus. We have us a town that is in desperate need of some law and order. The only law that matters. The strong feed, and the weak are fed upon. We ride at dawn. We're going to kill every single one of those goddamn sons of bitches and deliver them unto the Lord for judgment. Who's with me? And I think we just hear this like chorus of cheers. Yeah.
Oh my God. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Bravo.
Fuck.
Oh my God. White
Wow.
for Johnny.
All of the white dice.
Yes, wait for Johnny. That was fantastic.
Mhm.
Jesus.
Holy shit.
This is listen,
That's top 5 scenes I've ever
Yeah.
seen in this game.
love
At least.
this game.
It's so
Do
good.
we
y'all.
have to stop?
Holy shit.
I would
All right.
like to play this every week.
So
That is
who?
what I
Let's
think.
see. Who am I going to give this to? Ooh. I'm going to give it.
He doesn't have to give it to Jeremy, right? That's not a
No,
rule.
no, he
It
doesn't.
doesn't have to be even ever.
Not at all.
But can be if you want.
We just like to take turns, apparently, here
I'm
at the
gonna give
Erasmus
it to
Expedition.
Cari. Actually, I'm gonna give it to
Oh.
Cari.
boy. Neat.
Spice.
Tilt
Because it's the difference
tables.
between the two, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh
Cool.
yeah. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, yeah.
Tilt the tables. There you go.
Okay.
Now we play to win.
Oh, yeah, right. Now we really turn it on. Jesus,
Incredible.
God.
Incredible.
Oh my
Let's
god.
do this.
All right. So that is the end of Act 1. However, we now
That
move
was
into, the tilt, which happens between the two acts. Next session, we will play through Act 2, which will have a very similar function. There will be 2 scenes for each character, and then there will be the aftermath, which is when we determine kind of what happens to each of these characters. It is informed by a die roll, similarly as the tilt is informed by a die roll. So, the tilt is when the story gets turned on its ear. So you're going to take the dice that you have earned during Act 1, and you're going to roll them.
Oh.
You want to total your white and your black die separately from one another, and then subtract whichever is the lowest total from the highest total. And you're going to keep track of what that result is.
Now,
Jeremy,
with-
I'm so sorry. Could you
Yep.
say that one more time?
Absolutely.
Could you just, I'm sorry. I was getting dice.
Yep. Nope. You're all good.
Thanks.
You're going to roll the dice that you earned during Act 1.
Yes.
You're going to total the white dice and the black dice separately from one another.
Okay.
And then you are going to subtract the lowest total from the highest total, regardless of color.
Yes.
Okay?
okay. So
Then you want to hold on to that result and keep track of whether your black or your white was your highest total. Those 2 things.
Okay.
I have a white
Uh-oh.
die. Oops, that was loud.
So
Didn't hear it.
we record the results and what the total is, correct? Like when we do the
Yep.
subtraction. Okay,
Yes.
So I'm gonna lead off just to show you kind of what I'm talking about.
please. Thank
I
you.
had a single white die,
Yes.
so I rolled that white die and I got a 5. So because I have no black dice, that means that I have a black total of 0. 5 minus 0 is 5. So my result going into the tilt is a white 5.
Okay. I think I know mine.
Okay.
What page
I know
is
mine.
is the tilt on?
So
it's
I
like
had
in
I
the,
had
it's like right if you go to the end of the I don't know
Page
if it's on the
Page
same PDF.
55 on
Yeah.
the
55. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Like
I
right
had
after this.
so I had apparently 2 black die and 1 white die.
2 black and 1 white.
I got a 1 on the white and I got a 6 and a 1 on the 2 blacks. So that makes my total a 6. And the
7.
black die was oh wait, yeah, 7, and then I subtracted the 1, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So 6.
But black
and
was the
with-
dominant one that you had, right?
Black was the dominant one, yeah.
Okay. So you have a black 6.
Black
Going
6.
into the-
Yes.
yep.
Yes.
Okay,
I have a
good.
quick question with
Yes.
having the 2 blacks
Mhm.
and no whites. My total would be a black 10.
Okay.
Oh god.
Dang, yeah.
And that's
that's
I
You
did
got it-
that
you got
right.
it coming, you
correct?
That's
bitch.
right. Yep. Because
Yeah, your two
minus 0,
your 2
so yeah,
black die
10.
added up to 10,
Yes.
and then you have a 0 for white. So
Yes.
yes, black 10.
Okay.
That's right.
That is
Ah!
extreme.
Thank
That's what you get
goodness
for shooting
the,
our beloved Kaeryn in the back.
You know.
All right,
Thank
so
goodness
that was
these really don't add up to your
Lydia. That was-
epilogues. Like that's
Yeah.
You know.
So I got a black 6 and a white 3. So I guess I would end with a black 3.
Black 3.
That is
Okay.
exactly what I got too. Exactly.
Hey!
Twinsies.
Wow.
Okay.
Twinsies.
Wow.
Hey,
So wait,
hashtag
out of all of
twinning
us,
is winning.
the only person that got so out of all of us, the only person that got a white result at all is Jaren, because I got a
Yeah.
black 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
So
Oh,
holy cow.
Cullen. Cullen's
That's
gonna
cool.
get a happy quote unquote ending.
So-
he gets the
Or a
Red Dead
happy tilt.
Redemption good. He gets the Red Dead Redemption redemption ending where not like you get all the good endings.
You get the
at
buck,
end.
not the coyote.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So this is just for the tilt. I think
Right.
the dice
Yeah,
might
I know,
even
I
be reset. I don't remember. No, I think you keep them.
Okay,
But
that's good to know.
what it means is the player with the highest black and the highest white total each get to choose the tilt elements that are going to be in play for Act 2. There will be new disruptive story devices that we're going to introduce right now.
Nice.
So
That's
I am
you
going to go
and
ahead.
Sarah.
Yeah, it would be.
Yes, I'm the only one who had a white total, so
Yep.
that's going to default to me, and then Lydia had the highest black total.
Correct.
So Sarah, you and I are going to choose the tilt elements that go
Hooray!
into
Oh
Act
boy.
2. So they are set up very similarly to the choices at the beginning of the game during the setup. There's a list that we get to purchase things off of, I believe.
Mhm.
So on page 56 of the PDF.
I'm there.
All right, perfect.
Whoa, she's already there.
Already looking
How
at the
do we-
demise.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Okay. The player with the highest black total. We then roll the remaining communal dice, 2 per player. These results will be used to choose the tilt elements. Interesting. Okay. So the remaining communal dice, we have 2, 3, 4, 5 black and 7
7
white remaining.
Mhm.
So, I will roll. I don't remember doing this last time.
I don't think you guys did.
We
This is
didn't.
confusing. I don't remember this at all from last time.
It's a new kind of fiasco.
It's all a fiasco.
Is her or for Ersker?
Do some math.
So-
If you have the highest number, roll the unused dice in the central pile. You want some random numbers. In a 4-person game, you'll have 8 dice. Don't mix these dice with the ones you've earned in Act 1. Interessante. Okay. So,
I think I understand. The only thing I don't know is so Sarah and you, what distinction you have. Because like we roll
They're
those
picking-
7
they're picking-
whites.
They get to
Elements,
pick
yeah.
the elements.
They are the only ones that get to pick.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
what it sounds
Okay.
like. Yeah.
yeah.
So you roll those 7 whites and
Because
5
they
blacks.
got the most drastic of the
Yes.
of the amounts. They get to
Right,
pick what
right.
the fates end up being. Yeah.
Okay. So then we need everybody to roll a white and a black die except for one
Me.
person.
I'll roll
Okay,
2
Kaeryn,
whites.
you will roll 2 white.
Got it.
All right.
So loud, my ears.
Oh
Just kidding.
Jesus. Ah.
Ah!
Jesus Christ.
I got a black 4 and a white 4. I'm going to go ahead and record
Don't-
those real quick.
Don't tell me that. Chad, you and I got the opposite.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh no, that means that's good, right?
so
That's
we're gonna do-
twinsies, but
We're going to do the
Yin and yang.
same.
Evil
Dark
twinsies.
side.
We're going to do the same thing that we did at the beginning. So,
Okay.
black ones.
Just means we're fated. To
I got
kill each
one
other,
black
Sarah.
one.
It's all right.
1 black 1. Okay, black 2s.
1 black 2. For me.
1 black 2. Okay. Black 3s. Black 4s.
I have 1 black 4.
Okay. So that is a second one. Copy that and paste it. Okay. Black 5s. Black 6. Okay. White 1.
I got a white one.
Chad had a black 6.
Oh,
I
Chad,
did
you had
have
a black
six.
6.
I had 1 black 6. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. You're
Yeah,
good.
and that's our 5. That's the 5 black dice. that you guys
Okay,
Mhm.
perfect. White ones. Kaeryn, you said you had one?
I got a white one.
Oh, no, you were just saying Chad. Okay. Carrie's got 1.
Yes.
White 2. White 3s. White 4s.
I got 2 white 4s.
Oh
Oh,
boy,
wow.
so that's
Okay.
3 white.
So Kaeryn has 2.
Yeah.
Chad has 1.
Yeah, and then you had 1.
And then I had 1 also.
Oh my god.
That's
yeah, all
4.
the fours.
Holy.
So
That's a
many
lot of white
fours.
dice.
So
That
4 white
mean.
4s in total.
So many white 4s.
All right. And again, I'll tidy all this up before next session, I promise.
Unacceptable. It must be done now.
White 5s.
I have 1 white 5.
1 white 5. Okay. White 6s.
I have 1 white 6.
1 white 6.
And that's our 7 white dice.
All right.
Yay!
Hey, like
God.
magic.
So many
Okay.
4s. So many
Yeah.
4s.
That's a lot of fucking 4s.
So, some of these are kind of
Oh god,
Hidden
4 is
here.
guilt.
Yep.
Mm.
Sarah.
Greed leads to killing under. So if you went 4-4.
Oh wow. Well, that's funny. That's okay.
That
That's
tracks.
That's what you call
That
leading
tracks.
in the biz.
Yes.
It kind of already
But
happened.
We don't get
didn't
to
it?
Yeah.
we don't get to make these decisions though. It's
No,
Sarah
we
and
do
Jeremy.
not.
Jace.
Fuck.
Jace.
Sarah.
Choices.
Got any
That's
strong
right.
feelings?
Do I have a strong feeling?
Mm-hmm.
I got a feeling.
Tonight's
I'm
gonna be
kill
a good
someone.
night. You know, I am gonna do 4. I'm gonna do guilt.
Yes.
Yes. Guilt.
Okay.
Guilt. Ah!
Yes. Guilt. Guilt. Guilt.
Guilt.
Guilt.
Guilt.
My favorite. Guilt.
Mea culpa,
Yes.
mea culpa.
Mea culpa.
You've got a guilt. And unlike the things at the beginning during the setup, these will go kind of in the middle of the table, and they're universal, global, if you will.
Guilt
So-
road trip.
Guilt. Let's see. What do we have? We've got 1, 2, no 3s, 4, 5, and 6. So I could. Oh, of course. I'm going to
Oh,
use the
yeah.
6 to define that guilt as a showdown.
Yep. I was just thinking that. It's
Oh.
like, it's a Western. We gotta.
Yeah.
Gotta have a showdown.
100%.
Honorable.
100%. Okay.
Now you
Sarah,
guys do that again, right? Except the opposite
Correct.
order. Yeah.
Jeremy, you go next. Yeah.
If that's good with you, Sarah, I'm going
Yeah.
to. Let's see. We still have everything but a 3.
No innocence in
I
this game.
don't. No innocence.
Wah!
Bah!
I don't know. I feel like there's a certain somebody who's being real.
Go fuck
You
yourself,
know.
Barney.
Go fuck yourself, Bart. Carrie's like, I'm done with this character.
No, I love him. I love him.
I
Carrie
love-
loves him.
You love me. Punch me in the face. You'll see.
I think I'm going to take the other 6 as well, actually.
Ooh, a well-meaning stranger
Fail.
intervenes, right?
Failure.
Do
No,
a
failure.
failure.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought we were
Failure.
looking at innocence. Got it.
He could also
Yeah.
do. Oh yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
failure.
High concept failure.
Okay.
That's
do we
sort of like
have
number one,
left?
a stupid plan executed.
Perfect.
All right.
have-
Well, that's what Johnny was like. Oh, well, this is a bad idea.
Everything but a,
Or
but
what
a
if
3 or a
accidentally
6.
there? What if accidentally there actually ended up being a train?
Yeah,
Like,
right.
oh.
That would be hysterical. is that a fucking train?
Goddamn!
Goddamn!
The train came right when you said it would. It did.
Son of a bitch.
Federal Reserve right there on the side.
Right there.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Oh, those are also good.
These are.
I'm
really
gonna do a 1, a stupid plan executed to perfection.
Okay.
Yes.
honestly fair. Yeah, makes sense.
Awesome.
1. Okay. So we have our elements of tilt that are now going to be thrown in the mix. So this is going to kind of color and affect everything, all the scenes that happen during the second act. And yeah, when did we choose our second act or session date again?
10th of August.
The 10th. Okay. We got a little while.
That's so
We got a couple of
long.
weeks. Yeah, it's going to feel like a really long time.
It is.
I don't know if I can make it that long.
But then we'll come back and it'll feel like no time passed at all.
Exactly.
That's so
We'll be shooting
long.
shooting each other in no time.
I can't believe you shot me in the back. You bitch.
I can.
She has learned well. I wanted my Vader Palpatine. It turns out I guess I might be Palpatine. I don't know.
You are Palpatine. I am Anakin Skywalker.
Yeah.
I'm just less whiny.
Yeah, honestly, fair. Honestly,
True.
the acting is better too.
Y'all, this was incredible. I love Fiasco every time that I get the
Oh my
chance to
God.
play it. It is such an investment, but when it's done, it is so rewarding. And it's always unpredictable, and that's the best thing I think that it has going for it. It's just the fact that no one knows exactly where the story is going to go. And it pays to invent things in the moment that you then need to pay off later. It's so gratifying in the way that it supports that kind of play. And this was a prime example. So thank you for all agreeing to play in this game and for coming along and hanging out with us for going on 5 hours now.
Hell yeah.
Woo-woo! 5 more hours. Just kidding.
Pass things over to my players so that we can all tell you goodnight and to sleep tight, and then we're gonna hop off of here. So we're gonna go in reverse order and start this time with Cari.
This was an amazing game. I'm always impressed with the people that I play with. And again, Chad said it out loud once, but that's the feeling I had in my stomach the whole time. It's like, oh God, I gotta follow that. Like, so and it was, this was unreal. I can't wait to see how it all wraps up, and I can't help but think it's the webs are exploding dramatically. This was a smash and a half, guys. Thank you so much.
Here. Next up, we've got Chad.
Oh man, guys, I just want to say first of all, I think I have found, like, I loved Fiasco going ahead of time, but genuinely, I want to commend all of you, because all of you are fantastic scene partners. You understand how this game works, not only to a level of like just understanding the mechanics of how the game works, but like the level of improv needed for this game. So this is why I have such a joy playing with all of you, because fantastic. That being said, this was gnarly, y'all. I got knots in my stomach right now. And I know I came in with, I said, guess what? As in comparison to last time, I'm gonna come in with some big goof, because in my eyes, I was like, if I present a goofy character, clearly nothing bad will happen to that character, right? Because last time I was just me. This time it's like, nah, I want to be something different. And nah, right out the gate, you guys are like, nah, I hate this motherfucker. He's gonna have to literally get popped.
Nobody hates him. It's just,
he's
I
like,
think they recognized his weakness.
He's like,
abandon is not a place for the
okay?
innocent.
Yeah, exactly. No, I genuinely love it. Every time I play this, I know that I'm setting up for a gut punch, and I can't wait for the second half, because if the way that things kicked off tonight, which was literally like throwing the stick of dynamite into the outhouse, like it started from the get. There was no like stop and go. There was boom, boom, boom goes the dynamite, continued to blow up house. Like, it just kept going. So, yeah. My name is Chad. Thank you guys so much for everything. I'm done. I'm going to go crash out and maybe not sleep tonight because legitimately I got enough adrenaline going from this game. That,
Dude,
like,
fucking same.
Hell yeah.
For real.
it's going to be a 3 a.m. crash night for me because that's legitimately how this is going to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I hear you. Yeah, it's hard to capture moments like this organically in some other games, but this game just tends to just spit them out left and right. Just the way that they set up all of the prompts and how everything is like starting off as the glass teetering on the edge of the table, and then it just goes from there. Again, it's just some of the best story-driven gaming that you can ever get. So, all right, next up we've got Kaeryn.
Oh, I love this game so much. I always have, right from the get-go. When I first heard about it like years ago, I was like, oh, that's kind of a game for me, and I want to play it. And I have not been disappointed. I love playing this game, and I think part of that whole, the glass teetering on the table thing, I think it also helps when everybody's going into this knowing it's supposed to be a fiasco, and we all just push that envelope, right? And then you get this magic, and it's so amazing, and I love it. And I don't know how we're gonna top this in Act 2 because Act 1 was crazy, but I know we will. I have faith, right? Like it will happen, and I am so here for it. I cannot wait for the next session. And I will say it again, our next session's too far away, so we should change that.
Word.
I love you guys. I love playing with you guys. You're all so amazing. Such amazing people. I'm just gonna gush, and I am not sleeping tonight. I'm supposed to get up really early tomorrow.
Oh, no.
So I think I won't be going to sleep.
Who needs sleep?
Who needs sleep? Right, Jason? Who needs sleep?
Exactly. Sleep is for the lame.
Sleep is for the weak.
I'll sleep when I'm dead.
Remember, Kaeryn, the strong must feed upon the weak.
Jesus Christ.
That is going to come back and bite your ass at some point.
That was sure.
Know it.
That was fucking beautiful.
That made
Love
me
it.
want to go out and kill people.
I know, right?
I mean, wait.
Yeah, what?
Murder.
This is like fucking cousins. No.
No, God, no.
Immediate backtrack.
Fuck cousin.
The Erasmus Expeditions does not support.
Does not support killing people or fucking
Or
cousins.
fucking cousins.
Absolutely not.
Yes, correct.
But we do support pickled bullets.
Okay,
Yes.
there you go.
Pickled bullets.
There you go.
Pickled
Always.
bullet.
For days.
Amazing.
Okay, next up we have Sara. Surprise.
Hi everyone. This surprise. This was absolutely fantastic. I have to say, every time I am in a group here on Jeremy's channel, it's always a fucking blast. And to be with this specific group of people, we all mesh so well, and we all let our intrusive thoughts win, and it's awesome. It turns into something absolutely beautiful.
It's a square dance of death, okay?
Yes.
That's what this is.
I've actually gotten students into this game, and it has been so much. Dude, my kids for next year, they're super excited for club. They cannot wait to learn new systems next year.
Nice.
This is gonna be so much fun playing with middle schoolers, because I want to
Unhinged.
see the absolute insanity that they pull with these, and I can't wait to show them some clips from this because they're gonna love it. This game is so much fun, and I love the fact that you can just, role playing is improv anyway, but this is a deeper level of improv to me, and you really got to dig deep. Like my tummy hurts.
Yes.
So many things have
Definitely.
happened.
I think there should be
Definitely
a
feel this one
disclaimer
here.
on the book. I think there should be a disclaimer on the book that says may cause ulcers because
May
Yes!
cause ulcers.
Yes.
Have
It's-
Tums nearby.
it's so good though. And like everybody has said, and I've already said it once, it really helps with the group that you have.
Mhm.
And y'all are amazing people. I am so lucky to have found all y'all. Y'all are great. I love all of you guys. You can find me on the socials at AlicexAnn. I'm here sometimes. I'm on Mini Terrain Domain sometimes. I'm all sorts of places. I love you guys.
Love you too, Sarah.
Amazing.
Last but certainly not least, we have Jason. Hello. I have been Jason Osorio playing Johnny Volta. Yeah, I was talking to Kaeryn the other day about this, and I was like, I'm kind of nervous. I love my plans. I love my plans and my structures, but like everyone has said up until this point, Jeremy, what a crazy, amazing collection of folks you've brought together, including yourself, obviously. And I think that just it helps that everyone is so, like Sara was saying, kind of in step and in sync. It feels so good, and this is really why I play TTRPGs. It's more the improvisational stuff, like combat, it's fun, exploration, that's fine, but really it's this meat and potatoes stuff. And this game is like, it's distilled meat and potatoes, really, which sounds gross, but honestly, it's pretty good. So yeah, I am very grateful to be a part of this. Thank you all so much. Thank you to Jeremy, as always, for hosting. And yeah, I'm telling you, the 10th of August cannot come soon enough, because I cannot wait to see what happens as we wrap this thing up in the second act.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, man. I have a hard time with stories that I can't consume the end of.
Mm-hmm.
So it will gnaw at me until we get to finally conclude.
Just a little dangling thread.
Yes, exactly.
Mhm.
But I try very hard to be a patient person, so because I know that the payoff will be 110% worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I am an incredibly fortunate person to have so many incredible role players in my circle of friends that I can call upon and say, hey, this is this crazy weird idea that I've had. Are you interested? And I cannot overstate how lucky I am to have people say yes and be able to put together a table of individuals who not only, as all of you have pointed out, bring such quick-wittedness to what they're doing, but also a depth and thoughtfulness to the meaning that it has for the overall story. Not just for their character, but for the overall story of what we're telling. It makes me so happy that there are enough of you out there in my community to build a game. So thank you for being those kinds of players, as well as just being great people to just hang around for 4 or 5 hours. I have known players who are very good role players, but they're not the kind of people that I like spending 4 or 5 hours at a time hanging around. So thank you for that not being the case for any of you. Yeah. What else?
When is our next game? We did pick a date.
Yes. We said it a little earlier. It is August 10th.
August 10th.
August 10th.
It's going down.
Which is a Sunday.
Sunday.
I believe Sunday. I believe
Sunday.
the plan is to try to play a little earlier in the day, so that way we don't have to keep people out of their beds for so late.
And also gives us more time to resolve stuff,
so
so we don't feel rushed. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, as you may have noticed, these games tend to run long, especially whenever you put together a group of players that are like this, who will chew a scene, which is phenomenal. That's how we get the.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jeremy. I'm
not looking at you directly, Chad, but
I don't enjoy chewing scenes at all.
Is he telling us that we all talk a lot?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
A cow who is chewing his own cud.
I am, however, not saying that's a bad thing.
To call
you
a
know.
pickled bullet a pickled bullet. I mean,
Exactly.
Yeah,
And that's what it is. All
Boo,
right.
you whore.
Boo, you
Excellent.
whore.
Boo, you whore.
Very appropriate.
yes.
Dude, I love
Um,
it. That's awesome.
This was a great way to start a weekend.
Yeah,
Mm.
So
for sure.
thank
Hell
all
yeah.
of you very
Yes.
much for hanging
Holy
out
crap.
with me and
Yes.
doing this. Again, I love Fiasco. Each one is very different in the way that it kind of plays out, but they're all kind of like my darlings. Like there's different things that I love about each one of them, and this one is obviously no exception to that. So, and I have a feeling this is probably going to be bloodier than any of the other ones that I've
This
played.
is gonna be a
I mean,
we
full-on
almost had
Tarantino
two-
film.
We almost had 2 deaths in Act 1.
Right,
Right.
the first
So-
go around.
The
Yep.
first go around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I blame Kaeryn. It's all Kaeryn's
So-
fault.
Listen,
Sure in the pot.
Just had to
Typical
go in that
Kaeryn.
damn
No.
shed.
Listen, I love that because like that little tilt just at the very beginning could have
Yeah.
drastically changed how Kaeryn and I played through the rest of the game.
Absolutely.
If it weren't for Karen's updated scene of being like, actually though, dun da da da, reveal.
Mm,
And
right.
like
Yeah, that was
that's
good.
super
That was really
great
good.
That was
because that
real
was a
good, dude.
really wonderful, like actual like
It's real
prop
fucking good.
piece that
Mhm.
like I didn't even think about could have been a prevention. Like that's
Right.
amazing.
Mhm,
Right. So
mhm.
yeah. I also have machinations happening in my brain of like
Oh,
what
yeah.
happened.
Machinations.
I'm sure we all
And-
do.
Yes.
Jason,
Plans
No
upon
resolving,
plans.
just establish.
if I don't get a bullet train level, like absolute, like over the top multiple enemies back and forth fight scene where we're trying to fight each other but also killing men in
Yep.
the swamp.
Get out of the fucking way!
Yeah.
I gotta kill this whistle voice fuck!
I will be- Well,
Yes.
Jesus, I didn't know that was a problem.
Jesus!
I think a storm's coming. So,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
for
I'm
sure.
so excited.
Me too.
So
Yeah.
good.
what does that say about us as people, though? We can't wait for the slaughter to start.
We are dark and
It
twisted.
means we're dramatic fuckers.
It's true.
We're
good storytellers.
We
That
are
too.
all
There you go.
Emperor Palpatine on the inside.
Oh my god. Good.
Do it. Kill him.
What?
Ye to the ha.
What's that Eric Idle sings a song for like always look on the bright side of life? No.
Mm.
Always
Yep.
look on
On
the
the
dark
bright
side
side
of
of
life.
life. There you go.
Yep.
You're dead.
Yep.
You're dead. You're dead. You're dead.
You're dead.
You're dead.
Yes.
That's
All right,
the
Monty
one.
Python.
That's the ticket.
I think until next time, I think we're going to go ahead and put a bow on it. So if you have been watching along with us, thank you so much for giving us some of your time and hanging out with us. It means a lot that you chose to spend some of your time here watching us goof off and do our best to
Like
kill
and
each other.
subscribe.
Yes,
all the things
if you
that
did
YouTube-
like the content, then please do all the stuff that the YouTube algorithm likes to see. So hit the like button, subscribe, share the link around, talk about it with your friends. Go buy Fiasco if you like what you saw. I highly, highly recommend that you give it a try. Yeah.
Subscribe.
Subscribe. Did I not say subscribe? Okay. Do that too.
We're just gonna repeat it
Oh.
until it happens.
It's
Fair enough.
subliminal.
Don't
Yes.
forget to pickle your bullets.
So sneaky.
Pickle the bullet.
Pickle that bullet.
Subscribe and pickle those bullets.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's about all that I have to say. Oh, remember, kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind to other people, and you have no idea how much of a difference that it could make in their life. And if it costs you nothing to possibly change someone's life for the better, why would you not do that as much as you possibly could? Unless they're a Nazi. Fuck them. Bury them
Fuck
deep in the desert.
Nazis.
Exactly. So yeah, I think that's all I've got to say about that. So, until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.